Hello, hello, hello. Did I just talk for a couple minutes with my mic muted? It's very possible. What I was saying is, welcome back. This is Carson Long from Writing Theory. So glad that you guys were able to join us. You'll see I fixed the microphone thing in a second. So what I was saying is, I hope the internet holds up. My wife is upstairs taking video meetings for her job, and I'm here live streaming for my job. Do you have to make money for it to be a job? I don't know. But thank you for joining. It means a lot. And hopefully we have more people pop in over the course of the stream. We're going to do some fun things today. This is mostly just like a chance to hang out, have a good time. Let me know. It would be very beneficial to me if you could let me know if anything needs to be turned up, if my volume's a little too quiet. On my past streams, I feel like we had some instances of that. Danger Kid, Phantom, thank you so much for joining us. Nice to see you guys again. Dana, hello. Hello from Atlanta. Yeah, everyone, thanks for hopping in here. Let's talk about what's happening today. Talk about what's happening. All right, so we're going to hop over here to a tier list. All right, I always see these. I always think these could be pretty fun. I've never done a tier list myself, but every time I watch one of the creators, I like do it. It's kind of nice peeking in their brain, figuring out their hot takes. I got this idea, this specifically from a YouTube channel that I really like that you probably have heard of. This is the Nerdy Novelist, who is, I'm proud to say, a subscriber to the Writing Theory channel. Nerdy Novelist. Let's do something together. That'd be a lot of fun. We got Wolfie. Hello. We have Pasqua Di Nicola. Is that right? Welcome to the channel. If you guys haven't seen the Nerdy Novelist, great sort of business side of writing YouTube channel, but also talks a lot about just like story things. And so they did a tier list of a lot of these sort of concepts of writing, right? So we have things like the prologue, the character being wounded, a hint of death, pull out the rug. And I was like, ooh, I would love to give my own take. But the dang Nerdy Novelist didn't save this and make it public as far as I could tell. So I had to find a bunch of other similar tier lists for us to go through. So that's part of what we're doing today. We're just sort of hanging out, talking story stuff. If you get questions about books, story, the business side of writing, all of these other things that come up during the live stream, feel free to post them in the comments. This is just a chance to have a good time. After that, after we go through some of this stuff, we have a location in the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, you are missing out, where you can submit some of your own writing, and we'll pull it up on stream, and we'll talk about it. If it's a really long piece of writing, I'm probably not going to read the entire thing on stream, but like 1,000 words, that's doable. 2,000, maybe we'll skim. But we'll start talking about some things that come up about your writing, ways that you can improve it, ways that, yeah, I think improving is kind of the only thing we're going for here. Where is the link? That is a good question. I guess I should go grab a link here. I forgot to put it in the description. I got you, though. I'll put a link in. Let's go grab our invite link. And then, now the real question is, how do I get it in the live stream before things get crazy? I got you. I figured it out. For the Discord, yes. Coming your way. I'm surprised, Wolfie. You're missing out. It's a good time in there. We got a lot of cool things happening. I got some really big Discord news coming up in the next couple days. That's all I can say right now. But I have something super cool. Your boy's been cooking, stirring the pot, and oh, I'm so excited to share with you. It's gonna be really cool. Go over into our live broadcast and toss this in our description. All right. The invite to the Discord should now be in the description in just a second. So, Wolfie, I got you. I hope I'm saying it. Wolf Vi. I don't know, but I got you. All right, back to what I was saying. So, I saw this video with the nerdy novelist, and I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I love these sort of tier lists. So, since I couldn't find that exact one, I went through on a big old search, and we got a couple other ones here. Wolfie says, it's not bad to be in another writer Discord. That's not my main language. We have, Wolfie, we got a pretty international audience in the Discord. Danish pastry here. Are you Danish? Is that where you're from? We got a lot of we got people from Brazil, we got Sweden and Norway and Australia and Indonesia, all kinds of places. The UK, Hungarian. He might be the first Hungarian writer that we have in our Discord. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's look at our first tier list here. So this tier list is the Book Tropes tier list maker. If you Google Book Tropes tier list, and I even see that there's some sort of live thing happening on this website. We may play around with that at some point. These are all book tropes, right? So we have things like the bad boy, good girl. We got strangers to lovers. We have I hate everyone in the world but you. It looks like a lot of these might be more romance themed. Gavex to Antarctica. You know what? I could guarantee you'd be our first What's someone from Antarctica called? Antarctican viewer. Nailed it. All right, we got the Book Tropes tier list. We also got a couple others here because I was looking for what's a good representation of maybe not just one genre. Because, like, I love writing fantasy and science fiction and standard fiction and kind of like thriller kind of stuff. But I'm not a big writer of romance. So, you know what? Maybe I need a tier list that has all kinds of different things. So I found this other one that has 97 different book tropes. And then we got a lot of stuff down here. Look, whoever put in the work to make this thing did a fantastic job. We got everything from fake relationship, mafia romance, rivals to lovers. See, this also feels pretty romancy, but we can still go through it. Someone from Antarctica is called a penguin. Anyone ever see the Benedict Cumberbatch? How he pronounces it? The penguin. He's a penguin. We also got a tier list for writing advice from famous authors. Not too much here, but still things we can zoom in here. Work on a computer that's disconnected from the internet. Oh, I got a take for that one, I'll tell you. And actually, I found a couple different ones that all had to do with writing advice. And I think these would be some good talks here. Expect it to be hard, keep it simple, edit your writing. I've heard otherwise. All right, so we're going to go through some of these. We'll make some adjustments, do it our own way, and then I'd love to hear some of your own your own thoughts on some of these tropes. So let's start with our first one. I'm going to try to take this out of just romance, but it may just be a lot of romance. Let's see. Is the text big enough for everyone to see it? I think that's a little bit better. All right, so here's the deal. As someone, and you know what, I could actually use your help for this. I have tried so many times to find some sort of romance book that I could pick up and enjoy as someone who doesn't read a lot of romance. And let me tell you the kind of the journey I've been on, because so far it has been unsuccessful. But that's probably my fault. So, like, here's the deal. Not too long ago, I was out here mowing. I live on 20 acres and I mow a lot of it to keep it all like nice and clean. I was out there mowing on my zero turn lawnmower, right? And I was like, I'm gonna use Libby or Overdrive or whatever that app's called now, where you can get your library books. I'm gonna find some sort of romance book where I can listen to it and I can like pick it apart to learn how to do romance subplots in my own books, right? And so the first book that I picked up was called Crave, which was definitely like a Twilight contender. Here, I'll bring up a little, I'll show you what I mean. Crave, which, by the way, turns out there's huge controversy around this book of people claiming it was stolen. I'll talk about that in a second. Some good drama. This book, Crave. Let me know if you have heard of Crave. All right, so this was one of the first, like, it was really popular. I saw it on my little app. I'm scrolling down. I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it. You know, the audiobook's like fairly big, but it was super trendy, right? And there is something to be said for at least being aware of these kind of big trends in writing, right? There may be some elements of a trend you can incorporate in your own writing and reach a bigger audience. So I downloaded this audiobook. I started listening to it. The premise is you have this person, this girl who is going to be, she's going to a boarding school in Alaska. A boarding school, not a boring school, in Alaska. And of course it's full of handsome vampires and werewolves, and there's so much drama, right? So I pick this up and I start listening to it. I'm going through, I'm mowing, I'm going through doing my zero turn lawn mowing. And here's the thing has got me. Here's the thing that's really got me, right? The thing is, when I'm listening to a book and what feels like the writing skills are at a different what's the tactful way to say this? When there's a different expectation for the level of writing skill needed to be in a professional book. Having a character just described to as, he was hot, so hot, want to do something bad and get in trouble kind of hot. When that's like a direct quote, it's so hard to keep listening or reading when you're not used to that style of writing. I'm sure that's very common in some, especially if it's like a YA or something. Yeah, I don't know. I'm an outsider on the romance thing. But when the word hot or sexy is used to describe multiple characters, you know what? If there's a tier list for that, F. It pulls me out of the story. F. Right? Also, a little bit of drama here. Turns out there is a lawsuit happening where there's another author that said they were working with an agent. And they sent over 40 different like versions of this manuscript between this author and this agent. And the book that came out, Crave, is that story, but released by another author that also works with that agent. So this original author, is claiming that Crave is the story that they wrote. And they were working with this agent, or editor, I should say, to try to get it, you know, like how it needs to be for publication. And then the book comes out by another person. And the author only found out years later when they picked up this book. They saw Crave, opened it up, and were like, oh my God, I wrote that. I didn't think there was really ever going to be drama in this kind of space, but that's some juicy drama. Okay. Do your own research. Don't take my word for everything. This is just a video that I saw on YouTube. Feel free to look into it more. I wasn't prepared to go into the drama, but there's some drama around this book. All right. There's another book I picked up. I've tried this multiple times where pick up a romance book. And I'm like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to give this one a shot. And maybe I'll learn something about the story beats and the characters and putting them together and making it work. And it has not worked yet. So if you got any suggestions, drop them in the Discord and I'll check them out. All right, let's get to the tier list here. I'm waiting for your comments on the drama. Some good stuff. All right. You know what? Let's see if I can get some background music going here. Let's do. Hold up, everyone. Let's throw in. I'm working on the side here. Let's go Big Carson is the name of the scene. All right, let's throw in a media source. Let's add a background music. Grab some music that I know is royalty free and won't get us demonetized. Heck yeah. This might be loud for a second. Oh, God. Ooh, in about 10 seconds, I'm going to get some comments on that one. All right, let me know if this music needs to come down, up, and then hopefully it will be a little less quiet while we hang out. All right, let's go back to the whole screen. Let's talk tier lists. For those who don't know, how the tier list works is you just put your things in the tiers. That's all it takes. Oh man, I also don't have the music on. Okay, is this also gonna blow out some ears? Let's see. There we go. So I can't hear it, so it's up to you to let me know if I need to turn this up, down. Appreciate it. So how the tier list works, let's start. Bad boy, good girl. Where does the bad boy, good girl trope come on the tier? And is that better or worse than the good boy, bad girl? I think wherever these gotta go, they go in the same location. I can't imagine there's any difference in story when it comes to bad boy, good girl, good boy, bad girl. I think I prefer, as a former good boy, I don't think I was ever a bad boy. As a former good boy, I think I like the bad girl trope. Good boy, bad girl. Any, I can't even say it. Any good boys in chat? Let's go. I think they go hand in hand. I think having your main character be the good one, and then having someone pull them over to the fun, exciting, break the rules side can be fun. Wolfie says, it's the most generic thing, I believe. It is. But generic doesn't always have to mean bad. In this case, let's imagine the tropes are at least done somewhat well, right? I think I've seen in some of our other tier lists, we have things like good if done right. We're assuming that's the case. Friends with benefits to lovers. I don't know. This one I gotta say, to me, very I feel like friends with benefits to lovers as a trope is like I don't know. It doesn't, like, there's something fun about watching like a relationship bud from nothing to something, because like a lot of ground is covered between there. But from friends with benefits to lovers, you don't have as much ground to cover. I don't know. This feels almost like a cheap attempt at drama, because we all know what kind of drama would come from a story like this. The jealousy. Join the dark side, we got cookies. Very fair, very fair. Friends with benefits. I wouldn't say avoid, but I would say eh. You know, if I read that on the back of a book, I'm not getting too excited. Slow burn. All right, here's the deal. If we're assuming something is done well, then a slow burn romance, God tier. God tier. But if it's not done well, book ruining. You can have a story that has a slow burn in it, and if it's not done well, it ruins everything else in the story. Danish Pacer says, I think friends with benefits to lovers is only interesting if one of them has severe intimacy problems, and that's being the reason that they're not a couple. See, you're thinking of ways to make it interesting, right? This is going to be the tough thing about this book tier list kind of thing, is like, could you do all of these fairly well? I bet you could. I bet you could. I would say, we're assuming that it's done well. Yeah, maybe friends with benefits to lovers can be raised a tier. But I don't know. For me personally, not really the kind of story I vibe with. Your mileage may vary. O. Bennett says, how many romance books have you read? Here's the thing, is like, you missed a great conversation about, we talked about it a little before, about my struggle with finding as someone who doesn't read romance, picking up a book that's mainly a romance book, a lot of times is really hard to get invested in. Not because like romance is good or bad, but because there tend to be different sort of expectations in writing skills and execution in romance that I've encountered that takes me out of it. Yeah, we talked about this book called Crave. Bro, once you hit that VOD, it's gonna go crazy. But the thing is, romance is a trendy genre. Here's the tough part. Is like, when a trend comes around in romance or in YA, it can go so many different ways. Danger Kid romance is just not my thing. See, I'm torn about this, because I don't seek out romance books as like a specific genre. But when you think about the last 5 or 10 books that you've read, how many of them have had some sort of romance subplot? Because I would argue something like 90-something% of published works have some sort of romance plot in it. Whether it is the backbone of the story or like maybe not so much. It's like, it's such a human story to tell, which is why it's all over the place. It's not a bad thing that romance is present in a lot of different kinds of books. Of course, it can be bad if it feels shoehorned in. But man, I don't know. Justin says, a little bit more of an older school, but if you're looking to try some romance, Nora Roberts might be an author worth looking into. Great thing about Nora Roberts, if you like one of her books, you got 150 other books of hers to read. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy to me. Danger Kid says, I often find romance subplots to also be my least favorite part of a book, but I'm very picky about it. That's fair. That's fair. Next thing we got here is Grumpy Sunshine. I assume this is talking about having a character that's very optimistic and chipper, and another character that is very much not so. I'll be honest with you, I think that's a pretty good one. And I feel like I see this a lot I don't even watch a lot of anime, but I feel like I see this a lot in like anime style stories. It's one of those like kind of tropey archetypes on the tier list of book tropes. How appropriate. I would say I don't love it, but I find myself at times enjoying the dynamic of those kind of characters. Bo says, books like Ready Player One feel like poorly written romance. Dude, I think Ready Player One has got to be one of the most polarizing books in the past like decade, because it got so big it was so specifically niche-y, but it wasn't brought to popularity because it was well written. It had like a cool idea with a lot of pop culture. And yeah, I also agree. Dude, the shoehorning in like that romance plot in Ready Player One was not enjoyable. The book would have been better without it, my opinion. Raven and Beast Boy, maybe the best execution that I've experienced of Grumpy Sunshine. Were you more Raven or more Beast Boy? Say it in chat. Are you Beast Boy or are you Raven? Beast Boy checking in. Justin says Nora Roberts has written over 225 books. Bruh. That's insane. That's insane. Teacher student. All right. I think not a controversial take. Avoid. Right? Am I crazy? We got some Ravens in chat. Ravens in chat. Beast Boys checking in. Oh, I know you IRL. You're Raven pilled. I think on the outside you're Beast Boy pilled, but on the inside you're that's so Raven Andy. All right, yeah, teacher student, come on. Is anyone in chat championing the teacher to student God tier choice? I would love to hear your argument. I don't know. I think it's pretty clearly like maybe a different time in American history. Some people were like, I'm gonna write this kind of story. But nowadays, no thank you. Seeing teacher student terrifies me. Maybe it's a night school thing. Who are we to make assumptions? Right person, not enough time. Oh. Right person, not enough time. I feel like a lot of people can relate to the right person, not enough time feeling. Not enough time, not the right time. I don't know if there's another option for that. Ooh, right person, wrong time. Let's bring both of these together. Right person, not enough time. Right person, wrong time. Are these judged differently? And then on top of that, is this the kind of thing that you like to read about or hate to read about? Because like, I feel like this kind of trope can make for a relatable human story. I don't read books to feel my own pain again. I read books to escape reality, not live it again. I'm gonna say, in my own opinion, I think right person, wrong time, I put under love. That can make, I mean, here, this is going into being like, I don't know, I've never even read a book that fully leans into this trope. But right person, not enough time. Does it go somewhere else? I think I'd rather. Oh, dude. Oh, you know what? I'll put it top of like. I think I'd rather read. I feel like it's more heart-wrenching. Right person, wrong time, than it is right person, not enough time. But also, I don't really know the difference. All right. Next, we have single parent. Now, I'm looking at this in two ways. You got the single parent story from the perspective of the single parent. Or single parent story from the perspective of what? The child, if there is a child. I feel like I've seen a lot of good movies that feature the single parent. You know what I mean? Danish Pastry says, I feel like right person, not enough time would really hurt my feelings. Says yes. Like if someone's dying of terminal illness, it's painful. I'm the absolute opposite. I search the internet for every piece of horror that I can find. How do you, I can't even read your name, dude. I feel like I'm gonna get if I tried reading your name, I'm gonna get trapped and I'm gonna end up getting canceled. I feel like there's something hidden in there. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. A Walk to Remember, great example of one of those tropes. I've never seen A Walk to Remember. I have just known a lot of people that cried at it. I'm assuming it's the same thing like the terminal illness. Right Person, Not Enough Time, I think is a more tragic one. It's bait, stop. Every Disney movie. Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I was growing up, I saw a lot of single parents in the movies I was watching. I don't know if Disney was like, we gotta monetize on those single parents or what, but most of the time I saw it, I ended up kind of liking single parent. So I'll put that here. I'll put it strong like. The girl dies from cancer. Spoilers! Just kidding. My wife told me a story about watching this movie on this plane. You know, you're sitting around, you got people on all sides of you, and she picked some movie that's called like 5 Feet Apart or something like that. And it's like two people who both have like cystic fibrosis or something like that. And so they can't be within a certain length of each other. That sounds weird. And of course, by the end, they do. So I don't know all the details, 5 Feet Apart, but I was like, that is not the kind of movie you watch surrounded by strangers on a plane. Clearly, we have different tastes in airplane movies. Next, we got Strangers to Lovers, which fits right in with Friends to Lovers. Strangers to Lovers, Friends to Lovers. Now, this is an age-old debate in itself. Sorry, babe. Honestly, I think I won't spoil anything. Strangers to Lovers versus Friends to Lovers. I know this is a debate with people already about what's the right way to go about a relationship. Should you be friends first? Does that matter or does it not? Book-wise, Strangers to Lovers is just someone getting in a relationship. Is that not right? Bo's with me. Is that just not like how it is? I feel like it's a binary option. You're either strangers or you're not. So like, how do you not? Okay, you know what? Every love story has been strangers to lovers. It's just some stories start a little bit later when you're already friends. Strangers to Lovers and Friends to Lovers, I feel indifferent about. I feel the exact same about. I feel like this is so generic that I'm just gonna put it in because this is one of those things where it's like, okay, this is gonna be present in every story because that's just like how life works. I don't know. These are bad ones. You know what? Maybe if I could delete them, if I knew how to work this dang website, I would just remove them. You could be super well acquainted with somebody and then catch a bad case of the amnesias. Dude, I accidentally got the amnesias last week. I think I ate some bad sushi. Forgot everything. Forgot my wife. Now here's the start of our Strangers to Lovers story. All right, let's talk about bully romance. Someone explain what the heck is bully romance? Are you okay? Am I missing something? Can someone give me an example in media of bully romance that it doesn't raise red flags? Here's the thing, bully romance, I'm not loving it, but is definitely better than teacher-student. Easy, not a hot take. That's the coldest take I've ever heard of. I don't know if I would want to read a book where my main character is just getting like elbow drops. You want to go out? Oh, RKO'd into the first date. Beverly Hills. The victim of bullying gets together with the bully. Helga and Arnold. Hey, that's a good example. I mean, it doesn't save the trope, but that's a good example. I'll give you that one. Eldritch horror to lovers. I'm gonna put bully romance in a void, but of course higher than teacher student. Dude, someone needs to write Eldritch horror to lovers. I need that. Okay. All right. I will give anyone the floor for just a second. If anyone wants to go to bat for bully romance, I will give you just a second. I'm also maybe gonna go grab a fan because it's getting hot in here. I will be back in 3.5 seconds. Your boy's back. All right, did anyone come to bat for bully romance? Enemies to lovers. Difference lies in how abusive a bully is. Bully specifically as the word being used here does not inspire confidence. It inspires emotional damage. All right. Next up, we got fake dating. And so I'm feeling like this is like a what's that movie called? Not Meet the Fockers. Who's the, what's the movie with Jason Sudeikis hiring a fake family? What is, I actually don't know that movie, and I've been trying to find the name of it forever. I mean, clearly I'm not trying too hard. I just look up Jason Sudeikis. But fake dating, I can actually get behind as a fun trope. Because it's like the audience is in on something that some of the other characters aren't. You're kind of like part of the secret. What do we got over here? Bullying is like brainwashing. Yeah, I mean, we're talking straight up abuse. That's why avoid. You see abuse? Avoid. Easy as that. Fake dating. I'm going to say fake dating. Fake dating as a trope might, for me, go all the way up to love. I wonder if this is going to be a... Is there also like a bet? Because fake dating also brings to mind that like not good, like not usually well done trope of like, dude, I'm going to pay you. I bet you can't take this girl out to prom. And then the guy's like, you're on. And then like the movie happens and he's like, I'm pretending to be nice to this girl. And then at some point he's like, I'm kind of being nice to this girl anyways. And then later he's like, hey, this girl's just a normal person. And guess what? I can get along with a normal person even despite our popularity class system in this high school. And then of course she finds out, right? Right? She always finds out. Fellas, she always finds out about your debt to Bader. Wait. Hold up. Bring it back. Don't clip that. Don't clip. Fellas, let me do it again. Fellas, she always finds out about your bet to date her. Nailed it. Does it count? What do we got over here? Does it count when like the enemy side gets someone to pretend to love the hero and they fall for it? I think that still counts, right? Well, see, that's the thing. We need like a bet happening over here as like another one, because it might be different. Bo's talking about yeah, the pyramid book. Everyone pick up a book about pyramids if you good pyramid book. Those Christmas movies where they tell their parents, I do have a girlfriend. Yeah, I wish I could do like a good California accent. I do have a girlfriend. Good clipped. Dang. Can never get away with it, man. I can never get away with it. Is it just glitching on my end? Stats look good on my end. Sorry, brother. Or sister. Sorry, friend. If it is not just on your end, then it's chalked up to my bad internet. RIP. Love triangle. Let's talk about the love triangle. Love triangle. All right. The love triangle is not a good trope. It's not a good trope. Anyone here with me on this? It's not a good trope. But I'm not done talking, because like there's a caveat. So the love triangle, I don't think is a good trope because I think as an audience, you're usually like there's a correct person to choose here. You know? Like what's a good example? Okay. We got anyone here who's seen the TV show Gilmore Girls? Any Gilmore Girls stans here? Any Gilmore Girls in chat? Because there's a little bit of a love triangle in there in the early seasons where we got our girl, Rory, right? Who's like, man, I'm like seeing this like tasty snack of a guy named Dean, and like he's been supportive. He's met my mom. He's come over for like freaking movie night at our place. And Dean's like yeah, he's a high school boy. He's not like emotionally mature. He's a high school boy. And they're dating for like a year. And then what does Rory do? She talks to this guy, Jess, one time. And you know what? Here's another trope. All right? Kills me. The soft-spoken bad boy who reads a lot. That's Jess, right? Jess comes around and Rory's like, man, I'm in this like relationship with Dean, and he's like supportive, but like he reads the books I give him, but like does he really want to, even though he looks like he does? And then she chooses Jess. Huh? There was clearly a choice. Dean was straight up just a good dude right there. I mean, later on you could debate whether that changes, but like Jess wasn't bringing anything to the table. There's a clear choice there. As not a high school teenager, there was a clear choice. That's the issue. So, love triangles. The deal is, I don't think they are a good trope, but I think people still like to read them. And I can respect that. Justin says Rory becomes a really bad person by the end of it. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was looking at my wife being like, am I missing something? Do we not like her? Stefan is not triangle worthy. I used to watch Gilmore Girls more for the mother-daughter dynamic. Can't remember the guys. Most of the time, it's a cheap source of conflict. Yes! Young 318 legend. DGS. I agree. A lot of times when it's not done well, it is a cheap source of conflict. here's a question for you. As someone who did not read Twilight, do you think that love triangle felt cheap or was done well? Let me know in chat. I would love to see. I saw a thing recently where it seemed like a love triangle was about to happen and then it turned into a polycule? Explain yourself. Never in my life has anyone used the word polycule at me. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Read Twilight, it was a cheap triangle. I assumed that was the case, but I didn't want to make public assumptions. I privately assumed, who knows? I figured it was like such a big like part of the story that it was like we'll move on. All right, only one bed trope. This felt cheap. Polycule. I don't see how those words relate. I get the concept. I'll move on. I'm chronically offline. I don't catch up with these things. But I've learned and I will move on. Never read Twilight. I got nothing. Same. Okay. Only one bed trope. Here's the deal about the only one bed trope. It is one like teeny tiny moment in a story, right? There's not an entire story that continuously goes back to the only one bed trope, right? Am I wrong? This is like act 1 inciting incident, not entire story. Like slow burn is the entire dang story. Single parent, that's not changing. Oh God. I think only one bed, not a good trope in the context of what we're seeing here, because it's like act 1, a single moment. It's not like a whole thing. Because of that, I'll just say eh. Have you never watched daytime soap operas with the one bed trope? I was seeing things. A book about a world where the whole world... In a world where there's only one bed and no one else can accept cots or sleeping bags or couches. In a world where everyone has one bed and there's no other options. In a world where one bed exists and everyone has to use it at the same time. In a world where couches can only be sat on and futons have been removed. And also the government, the freaking government mandates that one bed, no one can make any more. You better not stack up those pillows. There's only one bed. Romance blossoms. Who would watch that? I'd watch that. All right. Not the futons. All right, next trope we got brother's best friend. This is in a very specific kind of YA, not even rom-com, but like, I think my wife watched this movie one time that was like The Kissing Booth on Netflix. And now there's like a bunch of them starring Ted Danson and A Bed. Brother's best friend. Oh no, I'm thinking of boyfriend's brother is probably Kissing Booth. I don't know. Here's what I'm thinking. Brother's best friend, I feel completely blah about. I would rather read an only one bed story than a brother's best friend. Very YA. We need a cool very hold on. Very YA. You know what? We're moving on. Next up, we got accidental pregnancy. Accidental pregnancy. This, I feel like, is not often represented in something like a lot of the romance. Kind of like a lot of times, I feel like there's serious romance and there's rom-com, and there's like not much in between. Accidental pregnancy doesn't feel like it comes up very often in the big name books like that. And if it does, it's the inciting incident. Juno's like the movie, you know? The movie I can think of that's like that. Honestly, though, this one feels a little... I'm gonna put it in A. I don't think it's a void. It's less meaningful when you're 30. Like, just be a parent, bro. It's time. Yeah, I don't have any strong feelings about accidental pregnancy. I feel like it might be too real for some people. I don't know. You know what? Moving on. Sports romance. Now we're talking. Check me out. I'm not even ashamed. Sports romance. God tier. I'll take this one to the grave. God tier. Give me a good sports romance. I like sports. There's not enough sports in books. What's the best sports romance movies? I can name 2. Who's She's the Girl? Is that technically a sports romance? She's a man, not She's the Girl. Or I can't think of any. Other ones. Sports romance. That's the thing. There's not enough. They're God tier, but there's not enough. One time I read this when I was growing up. I found the series called like the Galactic Football League or the Intergalactic Football League. And I read like 4 out of 5 of the books. And it wasn't like a sports romance, but it was a science fiction football book. Oh, oh yeah. Oh, brother. That's my kind of book. But now, here's the issue. I read 4 out of 5 growing up. The 5th one wasn't out when I like finished the 4th one. And then I freaking grew up. But now, I don't have the closure that I need for this intergalactic football league. Which means I'll have to reread it all. Don't know what to tell you. Also, we're forgetting the best... Bend It Like Beckham, Bull Durham, Love and Basketball. We're forgetting the best one. Everyone, you're missing it. You're missing the best sports romance book of the, or a story of them all. People. It's been right under your noses the whole time. High School Musical. In fact, I think like 70% of the Disney movies that we had, my generation growing up, Brink, the one about rollerblading, Luck of the Irish. I don't know if that one had much in the romance. That was about a dude becoming a leprechaun who played basketball. A lot of those Disney ones growing up. But come on, High School Musical. Let's go. Teenager to adult before the series is finished. That's the saddest trope. The saddest trope is when you outgrow a series before it finishes. Yeah. I'll get demonetized if I sing that because I sing so on key. Brink was a banger. If anyone hasn't seen Brink, Brink was trying to make rollerblading cool. It was like in the era where skateboarding was dope, but I don't know. Maybe they couldn't get the rights to skateboards, so they did rollerblading. Justin says, I do my best to try not to remember those movies. Oh, man, that was an era. All right, let's talk about enemies to lovers. This is probably a love. I think we can all agree that there is, when it's done well, it's cool to see the flip. Now, enemies to lovers, bully romance, different sides, completely different sides of the tier list. I think Danish Pastry said it in the chat. Bully romance feels like abuse. Enemies to lovers feels like you're gonna encounter that in like romantic fantasy or science fiction, or like something that's not like I'm beating you up in the hallway at school. And that's better. That's better. I was surrounded by people that spilled hate against High School Musical. How were there so many? Yeah, I mean, surrounded by people that hated High School Musical. Yep. You either loved. There was no one when we were growing up that felt middling about High School Musical. It was one or the other. Enemies to lovers. How do we feel about that? How do we feel? Enemies to lovers feels like a lot of times it's. Is Romeo and Juliet enemies to lovers? I would argue not. That is, I bet it's down here. Forbidden love. I don't know if I don't, it's not on here. Weak tier list. Yeah, that would be forbidden love. Forbidden love. Bo Bennett, I see that you misspelled a there on a writing channel live stream. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Star-crossed lovers, forbidden love. I wouldn't say that they were enemies. Their families were enemies, but they weren't enemies. Enemies to lovers would be like, there's gotta be some Avatar thing, right? Sokka and the girl with the fan, they started out as enemies. Tier list. Woo. But then who's gonna rank that tier list? Workplace romance. Wait, I'll give it someone one more second if someone wants to disagree with enemies to lovers. This is also one that's just so generic. Like, I think it's just a popular choice because it provides conflict. Anything else to say about that one? I don't know. There has to be a legitimate reason why they're enemies, though. That's fair. I can't think of many enemy to lover examples that happen in like a real world kind of book. All the examples I can think of are in like fantasy and science fiction, urban fantasy, you know. Mortal Instruments, if you're looking for a romance, urban fantasy with a love triangle. Hey, I've heard good things about Mortal Instruments. Put that one on the list. I can do that. Workplace romance. I think I put workplace romance on end of sentence. On like. Suki was definitely not Sokka's enemy. I need some Avatar. I need my Avatar experts in the chat. They weren't enemies, but he had a lot to learn. Rivals to lovers. Briefly, yeah, it was over the course of one episode, so like we didn't get a lot of material there. Workplace romance. I think I put it in like. I feel generally kind of positive about that as a trope. Childhood friends to lovers. Is this different than a slow burn? Childhood friends to lovers. I think, to be honest though, I think I put this at the top of like. I don't know if I love childhood friends to lovers. Also, I feel weird saying it so much. We're just gonna say, What am I doing, man? What am I doing? Yeah, okay. We're moving on. Friends to enemies to lovers. That's a lot. That's a lot happening. Friends to enemies to lovers. I'll tell you what. Random Rider, yes, welcome. Friends to enemies to lovers. So here's the deal. If you do this trope in one book, I don't know if I support friends to enemies to lovers. If this is the journey of a romance in an entire series, bro, you traveled. That is the kind of journey I want to see. So with that caveat, if friends to enemies to lovers is in one 300-page book that I'm reading, then it goes in A. It feels like it's not earned. It's not earned if it all happens in one book. But you spread that out over a series, it's either high like or low love. I think I go low love. That's a weak love. That's it's a soft love for me. Friends to enemies to lovers in a series feels like it would be really good. Dawson's Creek, Justin says, Dawson's Creek was one of the most annoying shows ever because of that. And how did Josephine Potter end up with Pacey? Freaking Pacey. I don't know any of those people. Heck yeah. But you know what, Justin? I agree with you. How did they end up with freaking Pacey? Pacey stands, get out of here. You're not welcome. Please, couldn't be me. And Pacey. Don't even get me started on Pacey. All right. I hate everyone in the world but you. Who am I talking to? Which specific chatter am I talking to? I hate everyone in the world but you. You know who I'm talking to. You guys missed my best joke of the stream. It was really good. I just need you to know, if I had been unmuted, the chat would be dying right now. Just, it would have been straight up. Ooh. Would have been killer. Yeah, I even did the dramatic zoom in, bruh. I had the. It was much appropriate. Woo! All right, all right. Yeah, you could probably read it on my face. Let's go back and check the lip. Bring the lip reader in. Bring the lip reader in. Clip it, subtitle it. New trope unlocked. No. Just don't put my name in the trope. All right. All right, we got a controversial one next. Controversial take here. Not take. Hold on. I'm still messed up. Controversial trope is what I was gonna say. Controversial trope. Pause. Everyone, take a breath. Just take a breath. Take a breath. Breathe in. Breathe out. We have a controversial trope. Next, age gap. I don't know if I mean, I feel like we're only gonna see bad things. God, I don't know. Now, we're separating this from real life. I'm not here to judge. You know what? This is, for right now, this is just going on a void. Just going on a void. Going on a void, brother. One of us is famous. You know what? Honestly, I've thought about writing this kind of story. I think there's a God tier story somewhere in here. I think there's a God tier, one of us is famous story. I'm sure it's already out there. I'm not thinking of anything new. But I kind of like this idea of like a completely clueless character with someone who's super famous. That could be a good story. I like that trope. As someone who has not read enough stories in that trope to have it be like a complete burnout, I could go with cool. I could go with that. I could go with cool. Brother. Oh, brother. All right, we got 3 more. Forced proximity, mafia romance feels oddly specific to be on this list, and bodyguard romance, which I think is more popular. Camp Rock in chat. Everyone, Camp Rock in chat. Camp Rock. All right. Danish Pastry says the older the pairing, the bigger the gap. Yeah. That's why we're separating it from real life, though. When I'm thinking of a book about the age gap, I don't know. There's a lot of subtext there. Subtext can scare me. All right, let's talk about forced proximity. Forced proximity. How do I feel about forced proximity? How do I feel about forced proximity? First off, the name itself does not instill confidence. It sounds not good. But I also think forced proximity could mean 1,000 different things, right? There's almost like, have you ever seen the movie Romancing the Stone? 2 people stuck in a jungle. Forced proximity. Love it. 2 people stuck on an island. Forced proximity. I'm down. That's a fun story. But sometimes forced proximity could also be like, we're both trapped in this killer's house. Why did I go to that? That feels like a less fun story. I'm going to say, since forced proximity can mean so many different things, I'm going to throw it here on middle of like. Middle of like. All right, next one we got Mafia Romance. Forced proximity about enough beds in the world. In a world where there is one bed per person. Forced proximity depends on execution. Yeah, but we're going into it saying that about all of these. I'm sure besides teacher student, I'm sure most of these could be done well. Okay. Or canceled on his third live stream. All right, Mafia Romance. Let's talk Mafia Romance. This seems a lot more specific than our other ones. I'm gonna say, comes to Mafia Romance, I feel okay about it. I'm sure if I really loved Mafia, then I'd be all about Mafia Romance. Bodyguard Romance, though. Bodyguard Romance. I think I could like. Something about the, like, I think my wife has told me about, shoot, what book was it? Of Flesh and Blood by Jennifer Armentrout has that same kind of idea, right? The bodyguard to the princess or the queen, the royal guard, right? That's kind of a fun story, you know? Learn a lot about someone when you have to quarantine together. Real. Here is our final tier list. Are there any that you think I got wrong? Are there any that you think could be done better? Are there any hot takes in here? Now is the time. Now is the time. Mafia Romance seems too niche to read, watch over and over again, not feel redundant. Yeah. I'm sure, yeah. It is a much more specific trope, right? Because it also instills like a specific setting and or like time period maybe and or like certain dynamic. Like forced proximity is so much more general than like a mafia kind of thing. Like that's a much more, I think we're on the same page. Any other things here before we move on to a different tier list? Also, I added some background music. Can you even tell, and or is it too loud? Let me know in chat. I'd appreciate it. Does a CIA agent count as bodyguard or as mafia? I would say CIA agent, like the, I feel like that's very much bodyguard. Right? I agree with everything except sports romance. We put that in a void. That's fair. Totally fair. Tier list is goated. Pretty solid list. Hell yeah. Music is perfect volume. Freaking love to hear it. All right, cool. All right, so what we're going to next, I'm going to save this other tier list for another day. And I cannot wait to break this one down. This is, I think that the author says 97 book tropes here. We're going to save this for another day because it looks like there are some changes here or some similarities is what I meant to say. So I'll let you know when the next by the way, I announce all the live streams in the Discord. Sometimes it's only like 2-hour notice. Most of the time it's going to be a lot more notice. But that's where you can see when I'm going to be doing a live stream. I will start scheduling them more in the future in case you're not in the Discord and you want to be part of these. If you really want to be part of these live streams, I think there is some sort of notification option you can check. So we're going to do this next time. Could you link that tier list to the server? I definitely can. Here's what we'll do. I have this one bookmarked. In case anyone wants this, I will also grab this finished one. and I will link these in the Discord. Oh, cool. So next live stream, we're going to do this one. But today, we still have some other things. We're going to go through some writing advice tier lists and talk about these. Some writing advice tier lists. So saving this one for the next live stream. I grabbed my finish tier list here, I think. And now we're about to talk writing advice. All right. Yeah, I will. Danish pastry, that was a really good idea. I will link all of these in the server for anyone who wants to poke around themselves. And if anyone has any that they would like to share. I did have some other ones. I did have some other tier lists bookmarked for future live streams. And the one I'm most excited for is what animals could I take in a fight? That's a big one. It's a big one. One day. So stupid. All right. So writing advice tier list. Here we go. So first off, you can't see any of this stuff, right? Writing advice tier list, and you plan to read some of our work. We are getting spoiled. You are, because that's what you get at Writing Theory. That's what you get here. Justin says, I think I could take a bear. I hope you're talking about teddy bear. Bears are scary. All right, so let's talk writing advice. First off, this text is all way too small, so we're going to have to do some big zoom in. Our tiers. Is this writing advice something I would highly recommend? Something that is pretty good. Something that you could do. Something that's not great, not terrible, or straight up toss it in the trash. Toss it, trash. I think I'm gonna rename one of these. I don't really like this. I'm gonna say we're gonna go highly recommended, not to pretty good, just to pretty good. Could do. Let's just go not great. Or not advised. How about that? Not advisable. Imperius says, I think I could take on a cockroach. The real question is not, can you take a cockroach or a spider? How many could you take? What's the number where you couldn't take them anymore? That's the question. That's what we need the answer to. Because there is a threshold. Yes, you could take on an ant. Easy. You could take an ant any day of the week. You could take 2. Could you take you know what? You're getting me ready to take on the tier list. You're getting me pumped to have this debate, because I've had this conversation before, but we can't do it yet. Next live stream. All right, so let's talk writing advice. The first bit that we have: work on a computer that is disconnected from the internet. Black Eagle says, once the tier list is done, can I run an early story concept past you? Best place to do that is in the Discord. Link is in the description. Hop on over there. We have a whole section for story workshop where you can post a story that you're working on, specific writing, and get critique or feedback, things like that. That would be the best place to run any sort of story idea for critique in that Discord server. Check it out. Work on a computer disconnected from the internet. Here's the deal. There are times where I have wholeheartedly agreed with this advice. And I think if you simply cannot focus on your writing, yeah, work on a computer disconnected from the internet. I think that is fairly good advice. But what would probably serve you better long term is to figure out what the issue is where you can't focus on your writing and tackle that instead. For example, maybe you're looking at your phone too much. You know what would be instead of getting rid of your phone, repurpose it for a timer to help you write. You can't mess with your phone if it's the timer that's keeping you on track for when you write and you're using a Pomodoro kind of thing, right? Figure out a way to use the tools that you have in the right ways. Maybe it's disconnecting it from the internet. Maybe it's not. Now, a great question. Young Legend says, how do you research things when you get stuck? And that's very true. That's very true. Which is why I can't say this is like goated advice, right? Because like maybe you do need to do some quick research to make sure your story is like how you want it to be. Maybe that's when you default to using your phone that is connected to the internet. But then that raises the same kind of questions about, am I getting distracted? I think this is not goated advice, which we're going to change highly recommended to goated. I think that this is something you could do. We got some good comments here. I guess it depends. For me, it would probably help because my concentration can really bite me. I like to listen to music while writing and researching a lot of things as part of, I don't know those things. Yeah. I would disconnect from the internet, but then docs wouldn't work. This is why, personally, I only write with tools. So far, I have decided to write with tools that are locally on my computer, right? Because I like to work a lot in places where maybe my internet doesn't reach. Yeah. So I write in a tool that's not cloud connected where I can do that. I think you could do this. Try it out. See if it helps you. Maybe that's what you need. Maybe it's not. I will check the meaning of a word mid-sentence. Definitely. Great use for it. Love it. Totally agree. Stephen King says, if you don't have time to read, then you don't have the time to write. Simple as that. Word. What do you think of that? You don't have time to read, you don't have time to write. Oh, Google Docs had the ability to do an offline set. It does. Google Docs does have offline writing. Totally right. But personally, that's not what I go for. You don't have time to read. You don't have the time to write. Katie Cat, welcome. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Highly recommend everyone join a book club. Justin, you should talk more about that because I've never been part of a real book club to sit down and discuss things. How has it helped you? I'd love to hear. Random Writer says, okay, this one I agree with. I enjoy writing a lot more than reading sometimes. So interesting. You enjoy writing more than reading. When things are going well, I love writing. When things are not going well, writing's tough. Agreed. Luckily, I'm squeezing in the Humanity Lost comic. That sounds cool. Don't know what that is, but I like the sound of it. Good title. James Pacer says, I don't know that I agree. I feel like a lot of what Stephen King advises is super black and white. Leaves very little room for nuance. Yes. Classic Stephen King. I can respect taking a stance. I can respect that. Because there are times that I do that where I'll say, here's what my opinion is, this thing. And I do that because I don't want to say it depends after every bit of advice that I give or before every sort of thing. Video coming out where I talk about that specifically. Don't like to say someone has a question. Oh, it depends. I do like to take a stance. And he definitely takes stances. Black Eagle says, I'm not much of a reader myself, but I like coming up with stories. Video going out tomorrow. Video going out tomorrow on how to stop planning a story and start writing a story. It's a good one because I talk about my big epiphany that Black Eagle just kind of hinted on. No spoilers here. Check it out tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central Time. Let's go. Future Storyteller says, I disagree on the absolutism, but read if you write is pretty good advice. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought the advice of, you know, you need to read in order to write was like a generally universal kind of thing that most everyone believed. But then after I started posting YouTube videos, I got some comments of people disagreeing with that. So that was interesting. Then Pure says, I'm so stuck in the outline phase, I just want to write. Oh my God, I can help you with that. You should check out my video on the proto draft. Check out the video coming out tomorrow on how to stop planning and start writing. Get motivated. Honestly, there a lot of the times when you're looking for that turning point of when you're ready to start writing, you kind of just need some motivation. A little kick in the pants to like give it a shot, you know? To like put pen to paper, put text to screen. That one doesn't roll off the tongue as much. And then once the ball's rolling, it's a lot easier to continue it. Justin says, right now I'm in a book club going through the appendix. What? Appendix N from Advanced Dungeons and Dragons? Did I read that right? You're reading the appendix of Dungeons and Dragons? Are people doing this? I must be out of the loop. Currently working on my sapient bacteria project that later they'll become a zombie infection, leading to an empathy war between bacteria over its... Whoa, that sounds complicated, but also fun. Complicated, but fun. I mean, look. Confession time. Confession time. There used to be this big trend in fiction and horror and YA, young adult, about zombie stories. Everyone. I never moved past that. I love zombie stories. I still do. I feel like I'm all alone now. Everyone else has moved on. I'm still just a zombie book reading boy. Appendix N was the list of books that inspired the game. Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. That's cool. Are those all... Was that Black Eagle? Is that who said it? No, Justin. Justin, are those all like old time fantasy books? Because like Dungeons and Dragons came about in the 80s, so are those like the Conan the Barbarian and older kind of stories? Let me know. Future Storyteller says, sometimes there's an anatomy of language. What a good turn of phrase. Love that. There are words that no one else would use outside of prose. You probably never learn them if you don't read. That's a good argument for why you should read well in order to improve your writing, for sure. Katie Cat says, your videos have been a lifesaver. I love to hear that. I hope they continue to inspire you to write. Because, like, you know, there's so much information out there for writing. There are lots of writing YouTubers, which is why I'm so thankful that, you know, you're here. So many writing YouTubers, but a lot of the times, more so than you need for like advice for how to write a certain character or how to turn a plot a certain way. Sometimes you just need something that motivates you enough to start writing. That's the hard part, right? Again, more on that video tomorrow. Young Legend says, I can't tell you my last traditional novel. I'm 400 pages into a first draft. Good work. Keep pushing it. You can always edit if you feel like it's too long. After 400 something pages, you can always edit it down, but getting 400 pages down is awesome. Awesome. Vampira says, maybe they'll have zombabies. What? Is that possible? Someone fact check that. Someone get on that. Fact check that. Same with zombies were my childhood. Let's go. Danish Patient says, I didn't like zombies at their peak. I actually do enjoy zombie stories, so you're not alone. Recently watched all the Maze Runner movies. Some of the best movies to come out of the YA dystopian kind of trend, in my opinion. All right, so I think consensus. You don't have time to read, you don't have time or to write. Honestly, while I think that you would always be, your writing will always be improved if you do more reading. I think sometimes life gets in the way. I think this advice is trash. I think this advice is trash. For those who maybe are can't remember what it was, if you don't have the time to read, you don't have the time to write, simple as that. Look, life gets busy. We're not all, 65 books into a celebrated career where we're writing full time. Life gets in the way. You all know that. You all know. Black Eagle says, oh, actually, Justin says, what was that Romero movie where they were stuck in the mall? That was there's a zombie baby in that one. Oh my. Zombie baby. What a concept. So funny to me because I made two of my friends. We made a book. One's still writing. One's already publishing. Like, I don't even have a finished draft yet. Hey, don't compare your progress with anyone else's. We're all at different points in our life. Keep your head up. Danish or Katie Cat says, agree. Planning on making my zombies subvert as many tropes as possible. That's always fun. Yep, there is lots of repetitiveness in that genre. Here's the thing. If you think a zombie book is a zombie book, you're wrong. A zombie book is simply a framing device for a human story. It pushes the story into conflict in a different way than a non-zombie story would. But like the reason why The Walking Dead was so popular is that it was a story that took place with zombies. Every conflict was really a human conflict of deciding what to do, how to survive, who leads, what do we do if someone is infected, what if we do if we think someone's infected and they're not? Here's this power struggle, right? That's why Walking Dead was so popular. Zombie stories just frame human stories in a certain way. And if you like that framing device, you're going to love zombie stories. Human stories with zombies. You get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. We already established Stephen King is a hack compared to Nora Roberts. We are all hacks when Nora Roberts is around. Wolfie says, yeah, I know, but it's still funny to me because like I helped them start writing and they started liking it because of me. That's great. Spread the love. Spread the support. Toni Morrison has some writing advice. They say, if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. Then you must write it. Chat. We have encountered our very first goated writing advice. Goated writing advice. If there's a book that you want to read and it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. So here's the deal. I love this advice. I recently heard a quote from Sanderson. I posted it in the Discord where he said, he just finished writing Stormlight Archive 5. Huge endeavor. A lot of words, a lot of pages, a lot of work. Finished that book. And he took some time to play the video game Elden Ring. To take a break. But he said in this quote that he couldn't just sit down and play that for 8 hours. Like, he kind of wished that he could, like maybe he had done with video games in the past. But he said that now there is so many cool things that he wants to bring into the world. He wants to write or collaborate with someone or write this little bit of lore that someone's gonna love one day when they read it, hopefully. There's so many of these cool ideas in his head. If he doesn't stop playing Elden Ring and go sit down and do work, those cool things will never come to exist. No one else is going to write that thing that you want to write. You may say, hey, here's a story that I really want to tell. And then I picked up this book, and what the heck, this book is like exactly what the kind of story I wanted to tell. What's the point in continuing to write this one? That's a terrible, look at me, terrible idea, right? Whatever story that you write, whatever story you want to write, you're going to do it in a way that's representative of you and your knowledge and your experiences and your likes and your dislikes, the tropes you love and the tropes you hate. Plus, if you read another pirate book and that means you don't want to keep writing your pirate book, I guarantee you there's someone out there who wants both of those books. Write the book that inspires you. Write that book. If you don't write it, no one else will, and that thing will never exist in the world. In fact, here, my most recent book, Starlight Farms. I say my most recent as if I have more than one. What a jerk. My debut book, Starlight Farms Kennel for Talking Dogs. This is one of the proof copies that I have. When I heard that Brandon Sanderson, that quote, it made me think of this, because this isn't, I think this is a good book. I don't think it's a perfect book. There's still things in my head that I would want to do better in here. And I presented that in my story breakdown, and one day we'll do a Q&A about this book once everyone has had the chance to read through it. But hearing Sanderson's quote about if you didn't write it, it would never exist in this world, I was like, oh my God, I am so glad that I wrote about these three goofy dogs and Marcus and Rachel, the main characters, because that journey is not a journey that anyone else will ever write. Those characters only exist because I sat down and I did that thing, And I hope you feel like that about your own story. If you don't tell that story, no one else will. What's the trim size for this? The trim size, in my opinion, is bad. This was the proof copy. Came out too thin. It kind of felt low quality. I think this one was 6x9, maybe 6x9 is maybe I ended up going with a different one, but that's the trim size of that one. If you want to find out the trim size of my other book, there's a fancy, cool little Amazon link I can probably send you. You can break out a tape measure. Wouldn't that be great? Okay. This is goated advice, for sure. Goated advice all the way to the top. Love it. The only other person I know that writes about goofy dogs is Dean Koontz. I haven't read any Dean Koontz, but he's been on my list for a long time. My stories, Black Eagle says, my stories often suffer from the OP protagonist syndrome, and I can't keep myself from doing it. Sounds like you need to write a lit RPG story. Because part of the premise there is the fact that by the end of your story, the protagonist has gained all that power. But in the next book, they realize how weak they are. Yeah, is that what it's called? Progression fantasy? Good stuff. Five by 8 is pretty good. Yeah, I definitely am glad I did the proof copies for those books. The first one came out not great. The second proof copy, oh my God, feels so good. It just feels right. I can't even describe it besides it feels like a good book. It's crazy. Check it out. All right. Robert Frost. No tears in the writer. No tears in the reader. No surprise in the writer. No surprise in the reader. I'm interested to hear what you guys think of this. No tears in the writer, no tears in the reader. No surprise in the writer, no surprise in the reader. Oh, Justin, thanks for the advice. I'll go ahead and throw it in there. You guys can hang out with me on this big review while I fix that up. It didn't mute. That's hilarious. Okay. My pea brain. My pea brain can barely wrap my head around this one. All right, so this is saying if you don't feel emotional while you're writing that story, then the reader's not going to feel emotional when they're reading it. And with surprise, if you don't feel emotional, or if your characters aren't surprising your words, if your characters don't surprise you while you're writing, then they won't surprise the reader while they're reading. I think that's what it means. All right. Let's get this book. Get this book listing. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I will. Whoa! My God, the URL is 1 billion letters long. Hard to surprise yourself if you were the one who came up with it. No emotion, no paste plot, no story. Someone made a pact with the devil? What's happening? Hold on, I'm gonna get to you in 1 second. 1 second. I'm almost there, I promise. Oh. Nope. All right, link to the book is now in the description if you guys want to pick it up. Here's the cool thing about Starlight Farms. I did a 4-part series breaking down like every writing decision I had to make when writing that book. So like, where did that original idea come from? How did I take this idea and combine it with other things to like come up with the story? All this cool stuff. If you haven't seen the videos yet, it's even more helpful once you he said oh God, my brain. If you haven't seen that series yet on the writing of that book, go watching that after reading the book is what I'm trying to say. I think is really really telling and can give you a lot of good advice. So let's talk about this, because Black Eagle said it's hard to surprise yourself if you were the one who came up with it. I have found personally, in my opinion, that the things I plan often go off the rails pretty far, and that I can't plan everything out. And so in those moments when I'm writing and I'm really like sucked into the story and like I'm experiencing the characters, that's when the characters will actually surprise me. And I think that's kind of what this is saying, is like, now this doesn't mean I agree with it, but this is kind of what it's saying, is like, hey, you're doing your thing. Your characters, if your characters aren't reacting and doing things on their own in your story and going off the rails, then maybe it doesn't feel like they are acting realistically, because realistic people are unpredictable. And then tears, no tears in the writer, no tears in the reader. All right, I think we get what it means. Right? I don't think I agree with this. Don't think so. Here's why. I don't agree with this, because, not because like this is bad advice, but because when you first write something, you're in the story like this. Like in my proto draft for Starlight Farms, I was in that story. I was like crying when the certain things were happening. When you're in this climax and things are happening, I'm just like, it was awesome. But the proto draft is it's your first attempt at the story. You're gonna sit and edit that story 5 or 6 times before it's released, and I guarantee you're not really like tearing up on the 4th, 5th, or 6th edit. Okay, I think all in all, this advice is interesting in what it's trying to say, but not overall good advice. I don't know. That's a tough one. By the way, where should we send the part of our story for you to review? It is in the Discord link under the videos channel, I think is where I put it. Let me double check for you. We have some things submitted over there. Under the live streams channel. So if you go into the Discord, first off, if you haven't been in the Discord yet, come hang out. In the live streams channel, there is a little thread, and you can post a Google Docs link or something like that, and we'll be looking at that before we wrap up today. Next one. You must stay drunk on writing so reality cannot destroy you. I think this is pretty good advice. I think the verbiage is not what I would say. I think instead I would phrase it like this. When you are passionate about writing, you should do everything that you can to stay passionate about writing, because life can knock that passion out of you, right? If anyone's tried to do a workout program or exercising, right? You're out here, you're lifting your weights, you're running, you get sick, or something about work comes up out of nowhere, or school, or life in general, just throws off your routine. It is so hard to go back into that. Same thing with writing. There are times I've been able to sit down and put out 20,000 words a week when I'm in that routine and I'm locked in, dude. That's great. I get sick for a day, or something happens with the dogs and we have to go to the vet, or something changes about the routine. It is so much harder to get back into it. Ray Bradbury sounds like he needs therapy. Roasted. Take that, Ray. Roasted Ray. That's what we're going to call him. Got him. Sorry, Ray. Last time I got drunk. Oh, my God. What the heck? Gorby, welcome to the chat. Love to see it. I know you couldn't make the last one. Yeah, it was at a weird time for you. Glad to have you here. Welcome. So I have 50 of them sitting on a proverbial shelf. Oh, you're talking about the ISBN numbers. Yes, yes. Walter says, being in an altered state can help create something more unique. Being half-assed asleep. Wait a second. My brain. Being half asleep. Dang it, Walter. This is a family stream. Being half asleep makes nice moments pop up in your mind. Yeah. So, you must stay drunk on writing so reality cannot destroy you. Do anything that you can to stay passionate about writing, because, man, it's hard. It's hard to do when you also have all these other things. I'm sure even if you are a best-selling author doing this full-time, it's also hard. But it's really hard for people who are doing more than just writing. I'm going to say that this is goated advice. Absolutely goated. Love it. Oh boy, we got some Kafka. I'm sure this is going to be uplifting. Black Eagles, isn't it interesting that Kafka didn't think his work was good enough to be published and his friend published him after his death? That is correct. I also heard that. I think it was even against his wishes. And then now he's just got like an entire term, Kafka-esque, about the feeling that his stories provide. So crazy. But it also goes to show that no matter who you are, you might write something and be like, I don't know if it's that good. It can happen to anyone. Don't bend. Don't water it down. Don't try to make it logical. Don't edit your own soul according to the fashion. Rather, follow your most intense obsessions mercilessly. A little dramatic. Am I right? Am I wrong? Kafka, take a chill pill, dude. Now look at this. He is famous. He is. All right. Don't bend. Don't water down. Don't try to make it logical. Don't edit your own soul according to the fashion. So here's the deal with this one. Yeah, I think we can all say I think we can all say that you should write the things you love. There are people out there, it's kind of called like trend chasing, I think is maybe the term that I've seen pop up, which is like people who see that this big trend in literature is happening, and then they write a story that meets that trend so that then, you know, you can try to hop onto that bandwagon. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that here's something interesting, and I want to hear what your opinions are on this. I think for a lot of people, they think that there's this specific story that you need to tell. That you have this story in you, in this certain state, and you need to take it out of you, put it on paper, and put it out in the world, right? I don't think it's like that. I think telling a story, let me put it this way. In writing Starlight Farms, let's take the big climactic scene that happens at the end of the book. It's got all this emotion in it and all the stuff that's happening. I think that scene would have looked entirely different if I had written it on a different day. I don't think the story exists in one particular state. I think being an author is telling the story that you want to tell using the skills that you have to put it in the right form, right? Now, this is the vibe I get from this advice is that tell that story in the form that it is in your heart. But I think that form of that story can change based on a billion different factors when you write it. You know, if trying to think of a good example. I can't think of any. There's something in there. There's something in my brain. It just won't come out. Either way, though, I feel like if other people, maybe if Kafka is saying if other people are telling you to write your story differently, don't listen. That's definitely an artist's perspective. Like, yes, you have the arts. We have the arts, right? And we're gonna do it. I don't think there's anything wrong in wanting to tell a story that also you want to write to meet popular demand. Have I done that? Clearly not. I wrote a book about talking dogs on a farm. Right? I mean, but like, you know, if I was to incorporate if I was going to write an urban fantasy and I was like, man, having a love triangle would make a lot of readers more invested in my story. Is that sacrificing on my original vision if that idea came up later? Or is that now part of the vision of something I want to create? I changed it, right? Maybe I just changed what that vision was. Is that a bad thing? That's up to you to decide. In my opinion, the only time that you can say, here's the version of my story in its finished state is after it's finished. As the artist, any change you want to make for any reason between now and then is you still creating that art. I hope that makes sense. We got some good comments in here. Hate jumping on hype trains, never did. Don't plan on changing that. Totally fair. Totally fair. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to write to make money, good luck. Good luck. Don't get so caught up in your writing that you forget that there will be readers. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Corby says, vision can change even hour after hour. I've written a great scene and come back later and said, nah, it needs to go in a different direction. Yeah. Depends on the author's intentions on following the trend. If they're genuinely passionate about this trend, I don't mind. However, if they're trending to write as a cash grab without passion, not so much. Intention is 9/10 of the law, is the famous saying that we all know. All right. Always give the benefit of the doubt to all your opinions given to your art. Don't change it too much, but still try to employ other work as well. After all, it's your work, not theirs. I had a story that went through so many iterations, it completely changed from the original. Doing urban fantasy with the love triangle, you gotta have one of the guys. You gonna the girl have brother? Wait, what? What? So yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying is, I think the vision that an artist has can change at any point about their own work for any number of different reasons, but it's still their art. I think that the idea behind this is still worth considering, right? Right? If you want to take this as don't let outside forces change your work because they think it would be better for X, Y, and Z, like an editor saying this would be more profitable if you did this other thing. Sure, stand up. Stand up. Say, you know what? This is my art. I'm going to self-publish this. I don't know. I'm going to go. This is a weird one. I'm putting it. Wait, hold on. I'm putting it in not advised, but I don't necessarily mean not advised. You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of depends on your interpretation of that. If you're into cash grabs, there's probably a convenience store near you. Corby. Supporting local business and robbing them blind. Is that what you mean? I don't know. Let's go to our next one. Virginia Woolf. Or is it Virginia Woof? You think about that? You think about that? Is this a misspelling or is this how it's always been and I've just been out of the loop? Writing is like sex. First you do it for love, then you do it for your friends, then you do it for money. Virginia? What the heck? I never. Do it for love, then you do it for your friends, then you do it for the money. What does that mean? You do it because you love it. You do it because other people love it, and then you do it as a job. Yeah. Demonetized. I'm thinking about this one. I'm parsing it out. I think I agree with this. Clutching my pearls. I never. I gotta say, I agree with the concept of the first time you write, maybe you have some friends you want to share it with, but you're doing it because you like it, right? You're doing it because you have the desire to see something created, to create something that's totally unique and it's a piece of art. Then you do it for your friends. Once you're proud of something, you want to share it with other people. And then you sell it. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this advice. I think girl needed a boyfriend. Oh, Virginia. I think I'll put this low to could do. I think it's a funny quote. I don't think it says much though, compared to like never bend on your work no matter what, or like no tears in the writer, no tears in the reader, be connected to your work. This one doesn't carry the kind of weight. Black Eagle says, out of curiosity, what's everyone's weirdest story concept that you've ever came up with? Weirdest story concept, huh? I don't think I've come up with very many crazy concepts. I've done, Cozy Fantasy was that book. Done, I think a lot of my stuff has been fairly tame. But also, if you see me in the Discord, is like, I'm not really like doing this big, like planning these huge big worlds that are completely unique. I like setting myself in something that has some understanding and expectation in, like urban fantasy, like science fiction, and then trying to tell a good human story within those bounds, personally. All right, let's go to the next one. Octavia Butler. First, forget inspiration. Habit, more dependable. Habit will sustain you whether you're inspired or not. Habit will help you finish and polish your stories. Inspiration won't. Habit is persistence in practice. Everyone, chat. We have our third goated writing advice. Here's the deal, and this is something that I've only just recently sort of discovered. We've heard this kind of stuff before. If you only write when you're inspired, you're never going to finish anything. Because inspiration, one, comes and goes with life and routine as it comes and goes. Number two, inspiration changes. Not just it doesn't change on the single work that you're working on, but you'll go from being inspired about this idea to being inspired about another idea to being inspired about another idea time and time again. I'm dealing with it right now. I'm 20,000 words into a urban fantasy proto draft. And I spent the last 2 days planning another little fantasy book. Because I just got so inspired. Should you ignore inspiration? I don't think so. I don't think you should ever ignore inspiration. You're going to do some of your best work while you're inspired. But if you are trying to finish a book, if you are trying to straight up I want to be an author, I want to publish or self-publish this book, you have to discipline yourself. You have to sit down and write when you can. Writing Starlight Farms took me 23, I think is what I had recorded, 23 sessions of sitting down and writing. Now, those weren't all back to back. Some were more productive than others. Some days I got 5,000 words down. Some days I got 700. Most days I got about 2,000 to 4,000. One day I got 7,000. Holy, that's crazy, you know? But I was only able to have those really good days because I also had those not so great days, but I was putting in the time and the effort and doing the work. And that opened my eyes a lot. There is no fast way to get a story down. You have to be disciplined. You have to find the time that you can write, the way that you can write, the platform and the tools that you need to write. You got to figure it all out. But you have your whole life to do it. I can guarantee you, if you put in the work and the discipline to finish your first book, you will know whether or not you will be an author for the rest of your life. Okay, let me rephrase it. You will know whether or not you want to write more. And I would almost guarantee you that once you hold a physical copy of your book in your hand, you're going to want to write more books. Yeah, it's going to happen. Bottom line, writing is work if you intend to publish. Yes, even self-publishing. Right? Even self-publishing. I bottle my inspiration by making playlists and mood boards. I love making mood boards. I use this program called PureRef. PureRef is a great program to use to copy a whole bunch of images that you can use as a mood board to inspire you, to get the visuals down that you want. I use it all the time. PureRef, great free tool. Check it out. I give myself 5 hours for main project, 2 for a side project per day. That's awesome, Justin. That's a great way to divide it. I'm also currently trying right now, and because I'm not finishing a proto draft on a story, to let myself work on the main project and also something else so that I can explore a little bit. Holding a book of my own in my hand does sound enticing. It's pretty great. Even when I finish my proto draft, here, look at this. Even when I finished my proto draft and printed it out, so I had my story down in its first iteration, and I went to UPS and I printed this out. it has all my notes in from editing. This, I probably could have teared up. If I wasn't in public, I might have teared up. Like, that was also a very cool moment. And then having the actual book thing was also just even better. Call me Zed. Hello. Welcome to the party. What a great way to start your day, hanging out in the live stream. We are doing some tier list stuff. Welcome. So, about this writing advice. So what does this mean? What do we think about this one? I think we can all say goated. At some point, you will have to acknowledge that discipline is a core part of finishing a book. Without it, it's not going to happen. So making it as easy as possible for you to do so, that's important. That's why I recommend the proto draft. Let's go. We got goated up at the top here. Love it. Octavia Butler, great advice. What do we got next? Oh, a little John Steinbeck, author. Oh no! Did it save it? Oh. Oh God, close one. Guys, we almost lost everything. All right, Steinbeck says, if you're using dialogue, say it aloud as you write it. Only then will it have the sound of speech. All right, chat. I need to know, what is your take on this advice? What is your take on if you're using dialogue, say it aloud as you write? Only then will it have the sound speech. Goated. Doreen, we're saying goated. Okay, okay. Love it. What else we got? Pretty good or goated from Wolfie. Steinbeck's advice actually works. Steinbeck is the author of my favorite book of all time, East of Eden. Not my favorite author, but the author of my favorite book. Great advice. Difficult for me. Yep. A little ableist John Steinbeck. Rude. Good advice. Goat. Okay. Good. Goat. Good. I agree. 95%. 95%. Hey, it's paint games. I don't know anything. Welcome to the party. Here's the deal. 95%. The deal is, go look back over here. The deal here is that you do not need to go through your proto draft speaking every word out loud. You don't need to do it. You do not need to say your dialogue out loud as you write. But I do, in my editing process, sit down and read my entire book out loud to make sure it sounds right. Or put it through a text-to-speech thing, right? Hearing it is different than reading it. And you'll catch some weird sort of word choice kind of things. I say 95% because in your proto draft, I probably wouldn't do this when you're first writing things down. But when you're editing, oh, yeah, definitely. Go through your dialogue. Make sure it sounds right. I do think that once you know your characters enough, you can write your dialogue pretty well. I don't think you need to say it out loud as you write, but I do think you can only improve it by double checking it in the editing process by speaking it out loud. I'm going to say I like this advice. I'm going to say it's high, pretty good. I don't quite think it is goated. The reason is that it's a little, I think it's kind of a common sense thing. to do something like that with your story. Whether you're reading out every single line of dialogue out loud to check it, putting it through a text-to-speech thing to check it, I think is kind of a common sense thing to do. I don't know. I think it's high pretty good. Does anyone disagree? Does anyone want to fight? Take it by your silence, that means no. Thank God for the delay. All right. I'm gonna give you just a second more for anyone to slide in here. Tell me whether or not you think this belongs in the goated category or not. I think it's solid. Close to goated. I think it's close to goated. I just think that there's a difference in this kind of advice than the John Steinbeck one. Right? And I think these other ones have a much bigger difference in the results of your stuff than what Steinbeck's suggesting. All right. Okay. Say close. All right. I think we all are happy or close to being happy, and sometimes that's all you can hope for. All right, let's talk about this next one. I don't know about lying for novelists. I look at some of the great novelists, and I think that the reason that they are great is that they're telling the truth. I don't know about lying for novelists. I look at some of the great novelists, and I think the reason that they are great is that they're telling the truth. I'm gonna be honest. With y'all. This one's kind of lost on me. This one didn't quite land. Someone help me understand it. What do you think this quote is saying? What do you think this is saying? Bring the air category back. I'm confused. What? Pale Kiss says. What? What? Corby, I don't know who Maya is. Could you tell me a little bit about this person if you happen to know who they are? Truth is a prospective thing these days. Got lots of what in the chat. Here's the vibe I'm getting, and I'm waiting for Cora to drop something in the chat if there's something I need to know about this writer. Saying we're copying imposter syndrome. You fake it till you make it, you'll never make it right with truth. Here's my take. I think what we're experiencing here is the advice saying that you need to believe in what you're writing. So it has to be like true to you. Like you need to, if you don't believe in not the content, but like the meaning and the journeys and the characters, if you don't believe in that, then people can tell. So you have to believe in what you're writing. And I don't say believe in as like, oh, I believe you can do it. I mean believe as in like, you have to think that the story you're telling is a good human story. I think that's kind of what I got. Guys, girls, everyone, I gotta stop saying guys. I need to bring y'all back as a Southern boy. Y'all. It sounds weird when you just say y'all. Are we Are we all confused? This is the kind of thing that someone says, and I'm like, yes. I agree. Yes, of course. Of course. And then someone's like, what does that mean? And I'm like, don't know. But it sounds good. Might be defending creative writing as a whole. In some circles, creative writing is looked down as a lesser form of writing. Certainly from academia. Definitely. Danish pastry, love it. Story has to ring true. Love it. Love it. I would put that above this quote right now. Material things ring true. I have a quote, writing is fun. For our work, editing is not fun. It's not true. Okay, okay. So does a piece of writing advice that has so much interpretation, is it possible for that to even be goated? Because right now, we're not talking goated territory. I think maybe the words are pretty. Show me the money. The words are pretty. And which I think we saw in the chat that this person is known for their poetry. Love it. Beautiful words. I am gonna say, as writing advice, ooh, y'all. See me? Trying. Y'all. Oh, hold on. Let's bring you onto the whole screen. Y'all. What are we? Oh, man. I am in this bottom half for sure. I'm thinking someone's got to say it. Someone's got to say it. We're all thinking it. We're all thinking it. Someone's got to say it. And you know what? I'll be the one to say it. Look at me. I'm nervous. This person was an activist. Is that what I saw in chat? Goated. As a person, goated. As writing advice, I think I don't not like it enough for it to be tossed in the trash. I don't think I hate it enough to toss it in the trash. I put it bottom, not advised. Bottom, not advised. Wait, that's a weird sentence. That's my thoughts. Paint Game says, I need to get some sleep now, but remember today is never coming back. Good night, sweet prince. All right. Next piece of writing advice, Jack London says, you can't wait for inspiration. You have to go after it with a club. I think we all know, right? I think we all know, right? I think we all know. That's straight up goated. And it goes hard. I need to hear Jack London is craving violence. Oh man. Goated. Yes, goated. That's good advice. Now the thing is, it's not the only piece of advice that, I mean, we have another piece of advice that says the same message. That inspiration isn't everything. You have to go for it. You have to be disciplined. But it's so important. Goated. No debate. I think I'm gonna put this up here. Oh, zoom in, please. There we go. I think I'm going to, we'll come back to this top list, to this S tier. We're gonna come back to this and we'll organize them, okay? But for right now, we're gonna keep it like it is. Which brings us to our final one. The thing with inspiration, Corby says, the more you sit down waiting to be inspired, the easier it is to be hunted down. Is this more Jack London violence? Was someone after him? Have we checked on Jack? Can someone check on Jack? My God. Got hellhounds on this tail. Okay. Oh, hey, we got more context for our quote from Maya. Wolfie, thank you for posting that. The whole quote says, I don't know about lying for novelists. I look at some of the great novelists, and I think that the reason they're great is that they're telling the truth. I can't, and gnash our teeth and wring our hands and kill each other. Okay. Wolfie, that quote, I'm glad you hunted that down, did not help. I'm more confused than I was before. Warby says Jack was the last one kicked off the island. Or maybe Hemingway. Who would win in a fight, Jack London or Hemingway? Asking the hard-hitting questions here. All right. And our last piece of advice here. It looks like it's another one all about inspiration and discipline from a first glance. It says, write. If you want to do sports, you train every day. Nobody sees the training. Nobody cares much about the training. But if you don't do it, you are not prepared for the competition. It's the same as a writer. You have to write every day. All right, gang. I need help. Right. If you want to do sports, you train every day. Nobody sees the training. Nobody cares much about the training. But if you don't do it, you are not prepared for the competition. It's the same as a writer. Oh, we got a couple different takes here. We got goated. We got over dramatic. We have a straight up no. Pretty good. False. Pretty good. Oh my God, we've divided the chat. Oh no. No. How am I gonna side with the majority? You know, I haven't ever tried this before. I think we can run a poll. I've always wanted to try this. Is writing like sports? Goated. Noted. Art isn't a competition, so don't vibe with it. I have to really disagree with you have to write every day. I mean, yes, but sometimes you don't have time to train. It's exactly the same. Nobody wants to see the rewrites and the drafting. It's good advice, all in all. I'm 50-50. Kind of boring, kind of pushy. I didn't know that people could be this divided on writing advice. How long does this thing last? Oh, I end the poll. I'm the one who ends the poll. Don't know about every day. Could lead to burnout. Okay, you're competing with all the other authors out there. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of different takes here. And even worse, I'm seeing the poll as 50-50. How do I play both sides of this? If I play both sides, I always win. All right, here's my take. It seems like we got a 50-50 poll. You guys are no help. That was useless. That poll was useless. Goated or noted, and my God. All right, so here's my take on this one. And I don't claim to have the correct take, but here's my take. The things I like about this, advice is that, yes, it's about discipline. It's about work going on behind the scenes. there is a lot of work that goes into planning and drafting and editing before that final thing goes out. But I don't love the comparison of sports and competition like that. I don't know if I love that. I think that I feel like that's not a good comparison. Now, you could argue that once your book is on the shelf or on the Amazon listing, that now you're competing with all the other authors. You're competing for that reader to click on your post to buy your book as opposed to someone else's. Totally get that. Totally get that. But I also think that for most of us, I don't think that we can. I won't speak for you. I don't. When I put this book out, there wasn't a single thought in my mind about winning a reader from another author. Hey, I wanted my book cover to be good enough that it would interest a reader. But I didn't make decisions based on that book cover to steal a reader from someone else. Does that make sense? And the way that this phrases it makes it feel more like this competition idea. The idea that, like, you know, you need to train so that you can be as good as you can so you can compete in the, I mean, it even says competition, right? I don't believe that. And I also don't think that there are any writers here. I'll say it this way. I don't think that there are any writers here. And I think that most writers aren't writing a book in the mindset that they are creating something to compete with others. I think that that's not how people do it. Maybe once you're churning out books like a 250 books as Nora Roberts or James Patterson or John Grisham, maybe at those points you're trying to churn out enough content to corner a market. Maybe that's the case. But I would say 99% of writers are trying to just write a story that they're excited for, proud of, want to share with people. I don't know if that means you're competing with anyone else in the terms of this thing. You know what I'm saying? Young Legend says, everyday writing ties into the write out of habit thing. It's less about competition, more about the fact that people only see the finished product. Very true. Very true. But what is that? What's the takeaway for a writer looking to this as writing advice? I guess you could say, like, you know, if I'm not super proud of the draft, then people are never going to see it. They're only going to look at the final product. I don't know. Doreen says, what if someone wrote for 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, and took a day off? I mean, come on. Is 5 minutes a day better? I feel like, did I miss some conversation? Sometimes a bit of competition is good motivation, definitely, which is why we do the writing challenges. Big news coming. It's like sport, Wolfie says. Some support this and some support this and some that, but still, some support this and some that, but still both of them can like a third team. Not all competition is external. Internal competition is often harder. Danish Pastry says, I'm close to not competitive at all, so I don't even think about competing with myself. I create because I love to do it. You know what? I think I have to say this is middle of the pack. Middle of the pack advice. Could do if you are inspired by the idea of motivation. And this is coming from someone who is pretty competitive and has done sports all of their life. I just don't personally align writing and creating this with that same mindset that I take into sports. Like when I'm playing a sport, I'm like, I am going to crush you. I'm going to do everything in my power to take away your will to enjoy the day. I'm going to demolish everything you stand for. You will leave this softball field in our co-ed fun beer league crying. You're on the other team, you're dead to me. I will grind you beneath my heel with the weight of 1,000 suns. I don't get that vibe with writing. maybe I'm the weird one. I don't know. I would put that in could do. Some people will love it, some people won't. Middle of the pack. All right. For those who were not here for the beginning, this idea of doing the tier list, first off, tier lists are a lot of fun. A lot of fun just to like, as a good conversation starter, fun to do on live streams, fun to have you guys with me. What I'd like to do next time is to try out this live voting poll. I think that could be a lot of fun. We'll do that. I think I have to create an account on here to do something like that. But that is it for our live streams. That is it for our live streams. I will go ahead, oops. I will go ahead and save this. And if you're in the Discord, I will share the link to both of these for you to do your own. So that if you're in the Discord, feel free to add your own version of those. But what that means now is we can talk about some story. We have some people who submitted some of their story stuff to be looked at on stream, and we'll talk about that. So let me put this, not share my screen, and hunt those down. Katie Cat says, what's everyone's thought on subplots? Subplots. I think subplots are always there, and I feel like any story that you're putting together has subplots in it. It's whether or not you want them to be major focus on the story. A story without subplots, I don't want to say it can't be good. I think it can still be good. I think it can still be good, but I think stories are generally better when you have other moments of journey, inciting incidents, resolutions that happen. I like to see them. So I'm going to hunt down these writing things that people submitted, and we're going to look at them on stream here. And so we might go for another 20, 30 minutes. All right. So we got our first one here. Let me go ahead and pull up the second one. We had 2 stories here submitted to look at. Now, this is my first time doing this kind of thing on stream, so we're trying it out, and I hope that we have a good time doing it. Also, I meant to say this tier list idea. People are doing tier lists all the time, but the tier list idea actually came from me watching this nerdy novelist video where they did a tier list of plot elements. So if you would like to see more tier list stuff, you should check that out. It's not a live stream, as far as I know. I think it's just a more put together video. But yeah, that's where I got it from. Got to pay homage to Nerdy Novelist, who I'm happy to say is a subscriber to Writing Theory. Let's freaking go! We're breaking through the ceiling. We're getting to the goats. All right, so that's where that came from. All right, so our first one that we got is from, who was it that put this up? Phantom, thank you for submitting this. This is my first time doing this, so we're gonna sort of go through it here together. Let me find a different way to handle this YouTube chat so that you guys can still see your chat. We got a lot of extra space here. There we go. Now you can see. All right, so Yeah, this is my first time doing this. Here's what I'm looking for. For those who have not ever received writing advice from me, if you are in the Discord, there's a fairly good chance you have gotten writing feedback from me. Here's what I do. Here's what I don't do. I do not give copy editing, line edits. I'm not gonna sit here, especially on stream here, and be like, you misspelled this word or a comma should go there. I'm not really interested in providing that kind of feedback, and there's plenty of other ways to get your story closer to that final thing. I'm gonna treat everything that we see here like a draft, because it probably is. And so if there are typos, not a big deal. The only time that there's ever really been typos in stories I've been given feedback on that have been distracting from the story, it was because the main character's name was misspelled 70% of the time. Still a good story though. All right. Kitty Cat, thanks for joining us. Thanks so much. I'm developing. Oh, you're not saying goodbye. You're just talking about the subplots. I always look forward to Carson's input. Always great. Top. You made me blush. All right. So what should the move be here? I think. Call me Zed says, oh, by the way, I don't really know how to make a paragraph for describing a character, but I draw the character and kind of use it as, okay, that's cool, that's cool. I think I'm gonna try doing a little reading aloud here and kind of give you my thoughts as we hit different things. This may change in the future. So this is from Phantom. Phantom, thank you for submitting this. If you're still in the chat, I appreciate it. If you're not in the chat, I hope you see the VOD. Oh, Phantom's here. Tried to apply some of the feedback you gave me for this one. Hella nervous. Don't be nervous. We're all supportive here. We're all supportive. No matter what you submit here, I promise you there's going to be things I like and there's going to be things I would like to see improved. This is always going to be a positive thing, whether you're in the Discord getting feedback for me or you're on the live stream. I promise. I promise. Wolvie, we'll be getting to yours next. You said, before you read mine, I have to apologize for even grammarly mistakes. I had a hard time translating. Wolvie. Sweet Wolvie. It is okay. It is okay. It means enough that you want to share your writing with us. I told you, don't really care for any grammar mistakes. We're going to talk about the story. Oh, I guess that also means I should mention what I do give feedback on. I said I don't do copy edits or line edits. What I do is called developmental edits. This is a style of editing that looks at your story as a whole, right? You may also see this as content editing is maybe a term for it that people might use, but this is us looking at the story that you're presenting, talking about what we liked, talking about how the story itself might be shifted around. For example, whether or not you have a prologue and whether that prologue works for your story. Whether you feel like that at the end of this chapter, we felt that it feels resolved or sets us up for the next thing. It's these bigger, grander kind of things that we want to discuss. Here, let me do this thing. Let me duplicate this bad boy. We'll call this writing review. And I'm gonna make me bigger because we all know why we're here. Someone ran him in. He's unhinged. Okay. Let's talk about this. I stood there frozen in shock. It was as if time itself had paused, as the playground around me suddenly went silent. Laughter of the other children stopped. Even the teachers, always so confused, seemed at a loss. Something had just happened, something none of us could explain. It wasn't the first time I've heard of it, but it was the first time I'd experienced it myself. I felt a strange electric charge in the air, something that made my skin tingle and my heart race. For a brief moment, I wasn't a child anymore. I was something more. Interesting. All right, Phantom. So I'm assuming this is your little teaser prologue. Let's see what we got coming up next. Is this your prologue, or is this something you would have on, like, you know, when you open up your book and it's got like an excerpt from it? You're like, oh, okay, this is kind of what I'm getting into. Would you call this a prologue, or would you call this like a little teaser? Because they're different. Greenfield Academy. Nice, nice. I like your formatting as well. The Siege. Sounds good to me so far. Nice. It's actually both. It is a prologue and a little teaser. Well, let's talk about this first. So, because there's a difference between a prologue and a teaser. For anyone who's confused about what I'm talking about, I don't know if there's a name for this, but for some books, when you open them up and you're flipping through the first pages, they might have an excerpt from at some point in the middle of the book that kind of shows you the writing style. Maybe it asks some sort of question that you're going to want to have answered when you actually go in there and you start reading the book. If there is a name for that, let me know, because I actually don't know if there is. I just call it a teaser. That's not to be confused with sort of your summary that you would have on the back of the book. That's a little bit more grandiose, higher scale. You're looking at it from a higher distance. And then there's the prologue. The prologue, in our case here, if this is a prologue, is a fairly short one. And we actually had a great conversation about prologues with Coraby in chat, where Coraby had a prologue that was a teaser sort of into a very important concept of their book, which had to do with the gods and the religions of their story. And so the prologue itself, you have to ask, what is this prologue supposed to do? In the case of Coraby's, the prologue was, we get a lot of vibes is maybe a good sort of idea, an atmosphere, how grandiose this story could be, since we're getting concepts of gods, right? And for something like a fantasy story, that's a big deal, because there are some people who would pick up a book solely because they knew a book was going to get that big, that grandiose. Your prologue here, we're going to keep calling it a prologue, is this idea that a preface, there you go, that's another good word here. Thank you, future storyteller. For us, here's what it's doing, is raising questions, right? We're not going to spend much longer on this because we got other stuff to get to, but we're raising questions here. In a prologue, I personally, in my opinion, want the prologue to be meatier. Hold on, not meteor like meteor as in like more meat. All right? And what I'm talking about is, if I open up a book for a prologue or through a prologue and I'm trying to get to the rest of the story, that prologue needs to earn its place. This is the first thing I see about your book. And that's not me saying that this is bad. It's not. I like it. It asks good questions that I want the answers to. But personally, as a personal preference, like the Game of Thrones prologue is a scene that doesn't have any of the main characters in it, but it very clearly sets up the atmosphere, the style. I have a whole video on the prologue of the Game of Thrones book. Here's a crazy thing. It's one of the best dang videos I've made, but I accidentally rolled that video out at midnight instead of 4 p.m. and no one saw it. It's got a fantastic introduction. I filmed it out in the damn snow of Wisconsin. It was like 4 degrees, and it's a great introduction. And maybe on stream one day I'll watch that video with you guys. But it's got a very meaty prologue that feels almost like a mini story in itself. And that's one way to do it. That's my personal preference. So we've seen this preface, this prologue going on. Greenfield Academy for future heroes. Ooh, I love me a good superhero story. Phantom, is this a superhero story? I'm interested in what the siege is going to mean. And then we get down to our first chapter. So I'm seeing this is 27 pages. We are not going to read all 27 pages on stream. 4 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. -4 Fahrenheit, which would be negative something Celsius. America. Oh yeah, it gets cold here in Wisconsin. We get like negative, let's see, what would it be in Celsius? Like -30? No, hold up. Let me tell you about Wisconsin. It's not Fahrenheit to C. It's not unlikely that we get a -34 degree week in Wisconsin. Over the course of a year in the winter, we might have 5-6 days that land in the -30 degrees Celsius. Have you mastered playlists to increase viewer growth? Because that could help you with this video. I do have all my videos in playlists. They're either in a whole channel playlist or they're broken into little bits here. Okay, let's get to Phantom Story. Chapter 1, First Steps. I was at the school's playground getting pushed around by older kids. I shoved one of them away in self-defense, sent him flying several feet away. The other kids ran and the teachers were stunned. Ah, so is this taking place right after our little preface here? I like the word preface here. We're going to use preface. I don't enchanting to get out of here. It wasn't the first time. So the first thing is, I'm looking here, double checking our sort of tense, right? The if our narration style stays the same, because we wouldn't want those to be different if they did. First time I'd heard of it was first time I experienced it myself. I was at school's playground. Okay, so we had a change here, and I'm not great at these kind of tense things, so keep that in mind. That's not my expertise. Hold on. There we go. That's not my expertise. But what I'm saying here is this kind of feels when we get over here to the, now we're talking like past tense. But also present tense? What are we on here? Feels like this has happened more presently. It wasn't the first time I'd heard of it, but it was the first time I'd experienced it myself. It's happening right now. Versus when we get over here, now it's, I was at the school's playground. It kind of feels like we're talking about it happening in the past, which probably is, considering this is going to transition to something that's maybe not us at the school's playground. But that little transition could be a little jarring. They called my mom and she drove down to the school to talk to the principal and the nurse. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and she took me out of the school early that day. As we drove through the streets of New Orleans. Oh, Phantom, I remember you posting about New Orleans. Yes, I remember that. I could see people enjoying themselves, and I could hear the distant notes of jazz music floating out of open windows. The city beamed with life, just like the stories Mama told me about with heroes. Mama, why did Blake get knocked so far away? I asked her. I would avoid using the ellipses. Let's talk about ellipses for a second. All right. Those in chat. How do you feel about ellipses in your stories? How often should you use them? And what do you think the reading experience is like with them? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Because I think ellipses can have a place in writing, but I more often see ellipses and a lot of exclamation points. And there's some similar sort of things that I have more commonly found in what would be like, you know, non-professional writing. We have Future Teller says, I'm biased in favor of it. Walter says, good, they convey doubt nicely. Corby says, I use them. When there's need for a change mid-dialogue, it presents a longer pause than a period. Interesting. I personally don't use them. Like I said, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that I have, if I'm remembering right, I have read professionally published stories that use ellipses, but I feel like they got to be really like sparingly used. If I'm on a page and I see more than one ellipses, I feel like it's almost a crutch to convey a pause instead of using the context and the narration of your characters and trusting the reader to do it. So use them if you want, but be sparing with them, in my opinion. I'm just a dude. All right. Why did Blake go so far away? I asked her. Don't worry about that. Sure. That's why we're taking this little trip, to figure out what's going on, she explained in a gentle tone. After, we'll grab us some jambalaya from the spot you love, and then you'll get the rest of the day off school. How's that sound, baby? Like anything, it's a tool, use it wisely. My eyes lit up at the prospect and I nodded eagerly. All right, now sit tight, Cher. We're almost there, she said. I sat in the back seat excitedly, wondering where exactly we were headed. After a few minutes, we arrived at the destination. It was a health center for children. Mama and I walked inside. She held my hand, making sure I stayed close to her. All right, so here's a little feedback this is another my opinion thing. I have a video going out, not this week, but next week, that talks about accents in dialogue in writing. So having all these words sort of cut off here with these what are they called? Apostrophes. Let me say it this way. I don't often recommend that you try to portray your dialogue by writing a dialect or an accent out almost phonetically. Now, in the case here, I think your text here is still fairly easy to read. The issue that I have with it typically is that it requires the reader to do translation in their head, versus if you were to use your description or context in the story to talk about that accent and then trust the reader to read through this and know this character has the accent. This is something that I actually see come up a lot. There are times to use that, and in this case, I think it's okay. I would never have like a main character that has that kind of written out accent, or side characters that are going to get a lot of page time, I guess, opposed to screen time, page time. So in the case here, I think you're okay to use writing out your dialogue, but I personally don't think you should do that for other main characters. And I think you kind of understand that your main character so far hasn't had that kind of accent. Also, I made jambalaya last week for my wife. Shout out to I don't know if my mom and dad every now and then pop into this chat. All of my family is from Louisiana, so I can hear this accent in my brain very clearly. All right. In the video that I have going out next week, I talk about how if you do want to portray accents in your writing, there are ways to do this that are representing it in the actual dialogue. And the way that I would suggest is using, smart word replacements, right? So like about here, clearly we can see this. We know it's replacing the word about. So that's okay. But if you had a word that was like, I'm trying to think if there's another sort of word. I use the Scottish accent as my example in my video. There are words that you would want to have replaced that are specific enough that they remind the reader that this character speaking it has the accent, but you would want to choose words that aren't coming up every single sentence, because that would get pretty tiring for the reader when you have 6,000 lines of dialogue over the course of your story, which you might. Young Legend says, an actual dialect like that is hard to portray in prose. It's hard to hear it from your head if you're not from Louisiana. That's very true. Very true. A lot of times I would leave this up to the reader to be aware that this character has a thick Cajun accent, and then have them, it kind of helps also reaffirm the character. You're thinking more about the character because when they speak, you're like, oh yeah, they're the one that has that accent. So you can leave it here, but watch that video coming up next week where I talk more in depth about it. Okay. It was a health center for children, and Mama and I walked inside. She held my hand, making sure I stayed close to her. She set an appointment for a genetics test. Obviously, I had no idea what that meant at my age. I'm imagining this kind of part of the story at this point is like the beginning of the movie. We're getting sort of flashbacks that lead up to where we are now, and we have narration. Claire Brosser is my son, and my son Marcus, my mom told her. They made the appointment, and we were directed to the lobby where we waited patiently. During that time, I sat on my mother's lap, and she kept me entertained the whole time. She had straight ginger brown hair and dark eyes that could see straight through. To me, she was the prettiest lady in all of Louisiana. Okay. Something I would suggest here we're just kind of like, we're in the middle of the narration and then we're describing the character. I sat on my mother's lap. She kept me entertained. She had straight ginger brown hair, dark brown eyes. If you're going to just describe your character, just in, and I know this is still a side character, we're not to the main character. This could be your chance, if your main character shares some of these same traits, to talk about how that main character has the same straight ginger brown hair or dark brown eyes. Anytime you can multi-purpose character descriptions, you want to, right? And this is why a scene where a character is just looking in the mirror and talking about what they look like is kind of a negative trope, I would say. If you can describe your character in other ways that are more multi-purpose, like here, you could be describing your main character and their mother and how they have these kind of traits or how they might differ, if that's something that makes sense for you or not. But character descriptions are kind of a tough thing. You need to find a way to bring them out in what feels kind of like a natural way if you're going to be doing an at-length character description. This one is kind of like a middle of the paragraph kind of thing. I don't know if I love the placement of that. And I kind of feel like the description of this character comes out of nowhere, but it could be more multi-purposeful, if that's a word. If you could also relate this back to us, Marcus. Shout out characters named Marcus. Marcus Gang. That's one of the characters in my book. The wait abruptly ended 30 minutes later when we were all called into a room. I sat in the chair next to my mom, and then the doctor came in. He explained the details of the genetics test to us. Mama told him that what happened at the playground. She tried to keep her voice calm, but I noticed a flicker of worry in her eyes as she glanced to the doctor. I like that. I didn't understand it then, but now I know she was already thinking about what this meant for me, for us. The doctor took a sample of my blood using a syringe. Then an hour later, he came back with a sheet of paper that showed the results of the test. Okay. Things are moving kind of fast, but we're still in the introduction here. As you can see on the paper, Miss Broussard, there is a 97.82% certainty the son is developing metahuman abilities. Like the term. I like it. Corby says, also, obviously avoid look in the mirror description unless they look in the mirror and don't recognize themselves. That would be a twist on the trope. You getting any ideas? I believe he just experienced his Genesis event. Cool name. Like it. Doctor stated. My eyes widened with shock at the statement. So does that mean that, another ellipses? Yes. My mother nodded with a smile on her face. You have powers, Mark. My shock turned into joy and excitement as I started grinning from ear to ear. I jumped out of the seat and imitated the moves of Supernova, a popular hero showcased on TV the previous night. When I grow up, I want to be a hero just like Supernova, it said. I like all this. Good stuff. Someone says it seems a bit telly. I think if I'm understanding where this is going to go, which is that we're seeing the background and we've yet to get to the actual, like, here's where we are in the story. Now these are the current events. I'm okay with this being sort of a recap kind of thing. Another way to approach this is if you wanted there to be sort of the less, what we're talking about here, like less telly of, like, instead of being like, here's the series of actions, you would write this in a different way where it would be, we are experiencing this scene right now as this character as we're going through it. But I don't think that's the purpose of this scene. Well, I'll be looking to see if this switches to a present day kind of thing. And if it doesn't, then that's just the writing style. It might be a little bit more telly. That's not necessarily a bad thing. We'll talk about it if that's the case. With Claire, the doctor watched us with amusement and cheered me on, playing along with my little daydreaming. This was 10 years ago. I could hear this in the movie, right? That was 10 years ago. Now we're fading. The camera's panning across. We're fading between now and then. Now we're at sky high. Am I right? During that time, I slowly discovered more of my abilities, and Mama encouraged me to follow my dreams to become a hero. I had my sights set on one place, the Greenfield Academy, the prestigious school that trains aspiring heroes like myself. In order to enroll in the academy, I had to pass the entrance exams. Okay, we're present day now, right? We're present day. Maybe someday I'll finish it, Deja. Present day. Now, I would like to see, and I can see that we have dialogue coming up, so I think we're going to get it. But now I would like to see us to make the switch to be, now we're here, now we're experiencing these things. So like right now, I'd had to pass my entrance exams. Sort of at this place, this is where I would start to make the twist of, instead of saying we have to pass the entrance exams, whatever dialogue's coming up here, now I want us to be talking about it. I want you to bring out that information in the dialogue, right? Because now it's not only we're getting the information through the dialogue, we're getting character interaction. We're getting the mom's worry and her responses. We're getting the nervous excitement of Marcus. But we don't get that if it just comes up, I had to pass the entrance exams, right? This is where we can make that switch. We're going to keep reading. I could be wrong. Let's keep going. I had just finished my sophomore year in high school and sat in the passenger seat of my mother's car. She talked about how proud she was that I passed all my classes. I think I'm ready, Mama. Another ellipses. We're at 3 and 2 pages. Keep track. She raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. Ready for what, Cher? To start getting myself ready for Greenfield this year. I got to be prepared for the entrance exam before the summer ends. I wouldn't use the apostrophe ending here. We've established that this comes from our mother has this really thick accent. But for a main character here, especially an I sort of thing, so here's something to keep in mind. I don't even bring this up in my video and dialogue coming up. Your main character doesn't think they have an accent. When you're in first person and they're speaking, to them, everything sounds normal. So I would write it normal. Especially because if we have multiple characters that have this sort of cutoff happening, whether that's an accent thing or just a stylistic choice, that is one teeny tiny layer between the reader and a great reading experience. That sort of thing can start to build on itself. Start getting myself ready for Greenfield this year. I gotta be prepared for the entrance exam before the summer ends, I explained to her. Her eyes widened a bit, but she quickly pulled herself together. Now that I think about it, you got a point there, baby. Baby? Am I saying that right? Baby? I do not have any family members that drop the baby in their Cajun accents. You're only getting older. It's now or never. I nodded along. With my eyes wide in shock, she turned down the road towards the bayou instead of heading home. Mama, what the hell you doing? I asked, half laughing, half worried. So we're a teenager now, right? Because we just finished our sophomore year of high school. What the hell are you doing, Mama? Language mark, you know better, she chided. I'm sorry, but seriously, where are we going? Again, I'm going to stop making comments about it, but I'd spell all this stuff out for Marcus. Why do you take us away? She gave me that look. She's the one I got a plan. She's got a plan. I better go along with it. You said it yourself, Cher. You need to get ready for those exams. So you're going to train out here till you're sharper than a gator's teeth, she explained. I already regretted telling her about those tests. I like your use of the M dash here. Grammatically, I don't know if it's necessary here, but stylistically, I think it's fine. Cool. JP, welcome to the live stream. My copy of your book gets here and said, whoa. That means a lot, JP. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, links down in the description for anyone who wants to pick up that book, and the 4-part series on YouTube takes you through the entire writing process. I appreciate you, JP. It means a lot. Like she said, I went out to the forest and trained for those entrance exams every day. I dragged trees, ran back and forth through the forest to work on my flying skills and more. During my free time, I studied topics that would likely be on the written test. Legal processes, history of superhumans. I committed to making the school no matter what. All right, first actual point of direct feedback, Phantom. Here we are. So, I'm making a note of where I'm at. I'm going to highlight this so I don't lose it. So we've gone from that flashback to now experiencing a scene as it happens. From this point on, I think, and I haven't read it all, of course, but I think I'd want to now have us experiencing these scenes as they're happening instead of this sort of flash forward that we just did over here. Right? What I would suggest here at this point is we would want to wrap up like this scene. She's taking us out to this new location. Now, give me another scene, give me a little paragraph break here, where now I can see that it's the middle of the summer, we're sweaty out here, this is your chance to, if you wanted to, there may be a better chance for it later on, but this is where we would want to have like a little exploration into what those superpowers are that our character has, right? Right now, this is the cool information we want. If we're in a superhero story, part of that whole story is I want to know what these superpowers are. In our case here, we've been exposed to some of those powers just through narration, right? And someone said before, that's like the telly kind of side of it. In the case here, now I want to be experiencing it. Now I think we're at the point where the story should be a series of scenes that are happening with us. One of the most common points of feedback that I've given in our Discord has been kind of along this line of, you know, we're in the story, you've given me some action, but in reality, when you read your book, you are not experiencing a list of actions, you're experiencing a list of scenes. Anything that you could say, I drag trees back and forth through the forest, working on my flying skills and more, that's a scene right there that I want to experience, but instead it was just a sentence of narration. So that's the idea of showing versus telling that we had in the chat. I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate the term show versus tell, show don't tell. The advice itself is rant worthy, but we'll do that on a different live stream. So now every time that you have these sort of time skips, I think we've broached the time, we've broached into the part of the story where I want to be experiencing these things now. We're gonna go, let's see, we're on page 3. We're gonna read to the end of page 6, and then we'll go into our next submission. I did this all throughout the summer, and then came the last day of training. I was doing my push-ups and thought what it'd be like to attend Greenfield. I imagined the hallways and the classrooms, as well as meeting different heroes who graduated from in the past. It made me excited and even more motivated to pass the exams so that I could fulfill my dream. So this is another time where you could break that into a scene, and instead of saying I was excited, your scene would portray that, right? Your scene would be saying, you know, not our character saying I'm excited for this, but like maybe our character is going through doing their push-ups and talking to their mom because their mom's nervous for that main character, for them about to go on this new journey, this new part of life. And so the mom is asking if our main character Marcus is prepared. Have you got all the stuff that you need? Do you have all your supplies? Do you think that, you know, things are going to go well? Because the mom's, of course, worried for this thing for Marcus as well. But that conversation is way more telling in the sense of like, it shows us the relationship with the characters. It reaffirms that relationship. And it's also your chance for us to be in that character's brain, experiencing those nerves. That's what a book is going to be really showcasing, more so than these, you know, these passing paragraphs. And I see now reading the next sentence, we're kind of getting there. After I finished my last set of push-ups, I hugged my mom tightly. She returned the hug and gently pulled back. I'm already proud of you, Mark. No matter what happens in the future, I'll always love you because you're my son. A party is not a party without you in it. I love you, Mama. I love you too, Mom. We hugged each other, felt gratitude for everything she'd done. She'd been my rock, my God, my biggest fan. The memories of us watching the heroes of the TV flood back. Again, I think this should be a scene that we're experiencing. So that's one of the big things. Oh, Danish Pastry, thank you so much for joining in. Probably one of my biggest points of feedback so far is a lot of these. I want to see that play out in front of us as opposed to passing narration. And these can be smaller scenes that you break apart with paragraph breaks, sort of like almost like not a time lapse, like a montage, right? A montage of little scenes where we see how supportive the mom is, where we see how hard our main character is working, where we see the nerves building up over time. As we drove back home, I glanced at the empty seat on the back of my car, wondering what it'd be like if my dad was still around. Mama and Grandpa told me that he went missing a long time ago. Again, that's what I want in the scene. I want that conversation where this information is teased out through dialogue, where our main character builds up the courage to ask about his father again, and the mom maybe doesn't quite answer the question, as opposed to telling us, here, the dad's missing. Does that make sense? Chapter 2, exam day. All right, now we're in the mix. August 1st, 2044. I woke up at 4, and I crammed in an extra 30 minutes of studying for the written test. I went downstairs and saw Mama cooking up breakfast. Good morning. I greeted her, excited for the exams. I walked over to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water. Good morning, she said. She handed me my plate. Eat up, we're going to leave for the airport soon. I nodded, sat down at the dining table. As I scarfed down my food, Mama kept glancing at me with that small smile she always had when she was proud. You know, Cher, I've worked hard for this. Remember to take a breath, yeah? Don't want you burning out before the test even starts, she teased, a hint of concern in her voice. I like these little bits, hint of concern in her voice, she teased. Good dialogue tags. I nodded, swallowing the last bite. Don't worry, Mama, I got this. But inside, I was a mess of excitement and nervousness, thinking about what the test would be like. I went back upstairs and got ready to leave pretty quickly. So this is another place where I would make sure this is a little bit more descriptive in the sense of, instead of telling us what's happening, write out the actions of the character, the dialogue, in order to convey that. So in the case of this is a great example because I can pretty naturally think of how this one would go. Right? Oh, God. I nodded, swallowing the last bite. Don't worry, Mama, I got this. Then we flash over to internal monologue, internal narration. I hope, right? The butterflies had been in my stomach since I woke up this morning. The bottle of water in my hand was because I couldn't drink coffee because I felt, I was too nervous or something like that. The test had been dominating my thoughts. I was sitting here talking to my mom, but I was already imagining failing these tests, being embarrassed, coming back. And I told myself to shake those thoughts out of my head. That sort of like put us in the character's brain. That's what first person's for. If you're writing a first person story and we're not in the character's brain experiencing their thoughts, then you aren't fully taking advantage of what the perspective offers. We already had our bags packed, got in the car. We had to fly to the Big Easy to Charter City, Illinois. That's where Greenfields Academy is located, as well as where the entrance exams would take place. Looked out the window and admired the city. It was like a metropolis with tall buildings. I'll tell you, there's a scene I could see happening here, either in the airport, on the plane, but us getting a glimpse, maybe there's some other people coming to do these entrance tests. Do we get a glimpse of other people with superpowers in the airport? Someone carrying a huge giant stack of suitcases on their shoulder, and while their family comes up, walks behind them as they're leaving the airport. Or I don't know what kind of superpowers you're going to have yet, but that also gives us, first, a fun scene to read about, fun scene for you to write about, but it also helps us understand the place of powers in this kind of story. That's a big one. Because right now, we don't quite have that understanding. Was our main character down at the bayou practicing and training because it's unacceptable to use powers in front of other people? Is it like an X-Men thing where people are still wary of the mutants? Or was that just a convenient place that had no buildings and no one to distract you? A scene like this would help us understand the role of superpowers in the world. Looked out of the window and admired the city. It was like a metropolis with tall buildings and modern feel. Flight took about 2 hours and we landed. As we walked out of the airport, I looked around in awe. This shit was busy, extremely busy. I also saw multiple different heroes conversing with each other and using their powers to help people. There you go. So you've helped me sort of understand that, but you've done it in a line of narration as opposed to a scene that we would be inside the main character's head viewing. One's more effective than the other. And it's kind of up to you to determine what moments are worth exploring in those kind of scenes, as opposed to what moments and what kind of information should be present in narration. When in doubt, you want to lean into trying to bring out exposition in the character interactions and the dialogue. It was, what's his name? The guy who wrote dialogue, Robert McKee, who wrote in his book Dialogue, he talks that pacing in your story is summarized by how much information you provide in dialogue versus not in dialogue. Anytime you provide exposition, I think that's what the word I meant to say. Anytime you provide exposition in dialogue, you have quick pacing. We're getting information not only about the environment, the world around us, but also about how characters talk and interact with each other. That's good pacing. We're getting a lot of information from one sentence. versus narration when you're expositing. That sounds right. When you're doing exposition in narration, it serves one purpose, and that's to tell the reader what things are like. And when it's possible, we want to be multi-purposed in our exposition. We want to include it in dialogue. And that's the benefit of having these things happen in these smaller individual scenes, because we are experiencing the world. We are seeing the heroes help different people, but at the same time, we're seeing our main character's interaction to it. We're seeing how the mom feels about all this. We're getting questions and dialogue between them. Is our main character, when he sees this, is this uplifting to him? Is he happy to see that other characters are using their powers to help people? Does that make him feel proud to go learn how to use his own powers? Or is he nervous about whether or not he'll ever be able to do the same thing, or if he's going to have to hide his powers for some reason? That's the kind of thing from within a scene we can get out of it. Hope that makes sense. We're going to keep going. Next page. That's going to be you one day, Cher, saving folks just like you always dreamed of, Mama said. I looked at her with a small smile on my face and nodded in agreement. She called us a cab to the apartment that my grandpa rented for us. We made it there in no time. You see, you have the instincts. You're doing the exact thing we were just talking about. But we're getting one line of dialogue in reaction to that narration when I want it all packaged up. I want to eat that whole thing. We dropped our bags in our respective rooms and explored the apartment. It looked classy and expensive. I was definitely glad that Mama wasn't the one who rented it out. Money issues. Sometime later, Mama and I went to the academy for the exam. The cab parked in front of the gates, and there was a large crowd of people waiting outside. She looked at me one last time and gave me a reassuring smile. You worked hard for this, Mark. Just show him what you got. Now, I'll tell you right now, Phantom, from this point on, I would expect everything to roll out pretty much in real time, maybe with time skips as we're moving through the day. I haven't looked at anything there. My hand's covering it. But at this point, we are now fully in the story. All this buildup that we've done about getting to Greenfield Academy, we are here. So at this point, everything I want to read, I want to be happening in front of us in the character's head. Let's see what happens. I nodded, trying to keep my nerves in check. I got out of the cab and watched it drive off, waving her goodbye. Then I turned around and joined the crowd, observing different people and looking up at the gates. They were grand and imposing, with large stone pillars and golden bars. The school's name was etched into the pillars, and the air was electric, filled with a palpable sense of anticipation. Good so far. We're slowing down, right? This term of pacing is also not just about exposition, but also pacing in this case can be how quickly time moves. I think that's what people naturally think about when it comes to that term pacing. The more description that you work in, the more action, that's individual sort of movements kind of action, the slower the scene moves. And that can be a good thing. That's a tool by you. Not every scene should be slow. You should have dynamics, slow scenes, fast scenes, depending on what kind of thing you're trying to provide. But every time you include more detail, you're slowing down the crawl of time so we can really experience something, like the look of the Greenfield Academy. Seemed to be made of light blue concrete, and I noticed large windows that allowed natural light to flood the interior. As I joined the crowd entering the academy, I took in the scene around me. The hallways were full of activity. Teachers and heroes were busy setting up, presumably, for the day's exams. Okay, we're starting to get the thought process of our character. Right now, there's this idea called psychic distance. This is one of those terms that I only know about because I made myself read The Art of Fiction by John Gardner. I have a video for that. You can find it. I can't do videos popping up on my computer like I can when I'm recording. But if you find that, there's this idea of psychic distance. Psychic distance is a badass name for how close the narration is to our character's head, right? So far in our story, we've had kind of a more removed psychic distance. Sometimes we've gotten in close enough to hear the thoughts of our character, but most of the time we've been a little removed. We are aware of what this character's thinking, but we're not seeing those exact thoughts. We're just getting the feeling of nerves and excitedness and seeing this thing and being impressed, right? A closer psychic distance would bring us closer into that brain of the main character, and now we're actually experiencing those first person thoughts. The greatest use of first person I have ever experienced, and I did a whole video on this early on in the YouTube career because it was so good, is The Will of the Many by James Islington. You can check out my video on a masterclass in first person perspective. It's the first of a series that I did called Authors Can Learn. What Authors Can Learn? Whackle. You should definitely check it out. And if you want to really study first person and being able to tell a story from inside a character's head, The Will of the Many is a great one. If anyone else has great examples of first person narration, put them in the chat. What are your favorite, if you can remember books that just really got you in the head of a character really well, first person, put them in the chat, please. As I joined the crowd entering the academy, I took in the scene around me. The hallways were full of activity. Teachers and heroes were busy setting up, presumably, for the day's exams. My eyes widened in awe as I saw the golden plaques on the walls with the names of different heroes who graduated in the past. There were popular names like Voltage and Regen. While the crowd was shuffling to the assembly hall, I accidentally bumped into somebody. I was about to apologize until I saw who it was. I know this next part is going to be good, but let me come in with another piece of feedback. We are not experiencing the scene as it's happening, right? This is the exact kind of scene where you would want someone, a scene showing your character walking down the hallway, looking at the different pictures. This is a great place for you to help build the world, right? What different kinds of superheroes and superpowers are we seeing? Have we experienced? We're walking by these portraits. You know, also, this is another place for you to build what this kind of school is. Are there trophies for any sort of competitions or teams that this school has? I would also say, if this is our first time here, I don't know if we would know all the different names for all the different places, right? So the crowd shuffling towards the assembly hall, I'm assuming that our character knows that because they've been so excited. And Percy Jackson, a great first person story. Great. Sylvia Plath, interesting. This is where I want this scene to have Marcus walking down the hallway. I want to hear the teachers calling, or the guides, or whoever's in front of this crowd of new prospective students, guiding them to the assembly hall, announcing it, getting people to come this way. That's the kind of scene we should be having right now. That kind of description, seeing it happen, a little bit more granular in its detail, slowing things down as we're experiencing it. Right now, just like how we started describing the Greenfield Academy, when you were talking about the walls and everything, our pacing was slowing down. That should, I think, resolve in us now experiencing the story as our main character as it's happening in real time. Now, you might say, hey, I have a, like, this is how it's picturing in my head. Like, we're getting through these different things from one point to the next point, and so we're just doing the action between them as we get to bigger, grandiose moments. You can do that while still being more descriptive about what your main character is experiencing. So I would want there to be a little bit closer psychic distance, so we're experiencing and in all this place just like how our main character is, and we're feeling his nerves, because right now we're still talking about his actions. He was slightly shorter than me, and he had short, neatly styled black hair that contrasted with his pale complexion. He had deep blue eyes that were striking and intense as they met mine. It was Thomas Greenfield, the son of Supernova. And that's where we're going to stop. I like it. I want to read more, but we have another thing that we have to get to as well. I think 6 pages. I know some of those pages were like the title and the extra things. So overall, here's my feedback for you, Phantom. First off, thank you so much for submitting this. It's always nerve-wracking to share something that you've written, but I'm glad that you did for 2 reasons. One, I love me some superhero stories. I love it. Love the superhero stories. I've seen a couple superhero stories, and every time, here's the thing, I don't get tired of this kind of genre because it can be taken 100 different ways. It can be taken so many different ways. Whether you want the heroes to be good or corrupted, whether you want the powers to be world-ending or more minute, like a sky-high kind of situation. You can do a dozen different things with this, so I'm always down for some superhero stories. I think that you're setting up something really cool, Phantom, but I want more detail. I want scenes, not action. So what I would do, and again, haven't read past this page 6, I would take one of these, let me see here. I would want you to take everything from here to the Son of Supernova, this whole section, and I would want you to turn it into 2,000 words. I know. 2,000 words. Here's why. Let me switch this back over to the right thing, writing review. I want this to be 2,000 words because this is a huge moment in your story, right? This is the introduction to the school. This is the first time we're going to see other people with powers. This is the first time that we're going to see the teachers. This is the first time we're going to see this wall of portraits of other heroes. And I know we're just about to hit the Son of Supernova, Thomas, right? This would be a great way to encapsulate the start of a scene and the end of a scene that keeps us on our toes. 2,000 words, if you can turn this into 2,000 words, I think you would have a fantastic scene that makes us want more. Right now, I do want more, but it would be more effective if I got more detail. I had a bigger sense of awe from the school. Hope that makes sense. Also, this is my first time giving the feedback in this sort of live stream thing, so you are the guinea pig, Phantom. Thank you. If you want to post any responses or further questions, Phantom, for your story, you know I've already been involved in your thread that you have in the Discord. That would be the great place to do it. If you have questions or if you end up turning this into 2,000 words, post it there, and I would love to come and read that then. Thanks for sharing. All right, now we did have a question over here, which was DJ. DJ says, how many words do you recommend to write per day? Do you recommend? I recommend that you write per day. Anytime that you sit down and you write, that's the hardest part, sitting down and writing. Everyone's going to write at different paces, so that's your chance to go through and say like whether or not, if you can dedicate an hour and write 500 words, that's successful. If you write 300 words in that hour, that's successful. If you're able to write 4 hours and churn out 5,000 words, that's successful. Now, your question, how many do you recommend to write per day? I don't recommend a number. Everyone's going to be different on that. I recommend that you write per day, if you can. Even if you get 100 words down, maybe that, there you go. What's your 100 words? If you can get 100 words down a day, that's a success. Set your goal low so you can surpass it every single day. Miss Blogger, welcome to the live stream again. Nice to see you. Miss Blogger says, what is your favorite scene in your work in progress and what's your character's favorite memory? You've asked about the character's favorite memory before. I wonder what's the purpose of your question. Give me some more detail there, and I'll answer the favorite scene in my work in progress. Give me more details. We have one more story that we're going to look at today on the live stream, and that is from our dear friend Wolfie. Wolfie, thank you so much for submitting. I see that we have Shadows of Fate, 1,000. Oh, this is different. 3,000 words, first draft, third chapter, first half. Whew. Also, I did not edit it, space it because I wrote in Readsy, not in Docs. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let me get all my stuff set up. I think doing something like this on stream has style. Like, not many writing creators read the community's works on stream and give live feedback. Black Eagle, there's one thing I have, it's style. I think there's, baby. Scratch that last part. Reading feedback is one thing, but hearing it live is just different. It is. I appreciate you guys sticking around. Not everyone would want to stick around for reading these community things, but I mean, every piece of feedback that I give is going to be applicable in what you're writing. Yeah. Plus, it's always nice to just see what other people are writing, and more than anything, encourage them. So if you're in the Discord and you are intrigued about Phantom's story, there is a thread in the story workshop. You can go in there and chime in and say, hey, I liked what you wrote. I would love to read more. And let me know when you do that 2,000 word little thing. Feel free. I bet Phantom would love that. We're going to keep Phantom accountable. Ginger beard equals style. Fun fact, I grew out my beard in college and I haven't shaved it since. I mean, like, I've trimmed it, but my wife has never seen me without a beard. One day. One day. All right, so next we have Wolfie. Now, Wolfie, I believe, mentioned in the chat that they are... Wolfie, was it Hungarian? Is that right? And you've translated this for us to be able to read? Gotcha. Straight line is like a scene break. Wolfie, there is going to be one rule, and I didn't mention this. I didn't have to with our previous one. When I was in college and we did writing workshops, when you had your piece of writing being discussed, you were not allowed to talk until the end. So Wolfie, this is going to be tough. Unless I ask specifically for clarification if there's like a translation issue. If I ask, as I'm giving the feedback, I would request that you don't reply to it yet. Here's the reason why. Whenever you write something, if it's going out into the world, you're not going to be there for when the reader reads it. And so you won't be able to say, oh, I meant this, or actually that's supposed to mean that. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen in your story. And you don't need to apologize. You definitely don't need to. I didn't say this in the last time. Don't worry. But what's beneficial about it is you, the author, sort of get a peek into the brain of the reader before they've had a chance to, or before they've had a chance to be influenced by your clarifications, right? Your own sort of stuff that you want to say to help your story become like, oh, I meant this. That needs to be present in your writing. And so when there is the confusion between the reader and what they're reading, that guides the writer to be able to make clarifications. But we do go into it knowing that you translated all this, and I am super excited. The Shadows of Fate. Justin says I'm going to get tased if I shave my beard and walk around the house. Honestly, I bet my wife would scream. I mean, I don't look that different. If you saw this guy walking around, would you tase him? Look, he's so innocent. That's stupid. All right, let's get started. This is the last piece of writing feedback that we're going to do, and then we will likely wrap up the stream. So let's get started. We have, let's see how many pages we got. This one's a little bit more dense than our last one because we have the less spacing, and that's okay. I think we are going to read until this line break. And we'll change, if we need to change our minds and go a little further, we'll address it then. Shadows of Fate. Here we go. Tase first, questions later. Get that tattooed on you. Put that in your envelope and mail. Put that in your... Is there a saying that follows put that in your something? Put that in your bank account and check it. I don't know. There's a saying there, and I don't know what it is. Here we go. The raindrops slowly drifted down in the silence of the forest, their gentle dance breathing life into the plants. A horse-drawn carriage glided along the path. The soft veil of the afternoon mist embraced the beauty of the forest as the carriage came to a stop and a woman stepped out. First thing, Wolfie. This is very nice writing. Even through the translation, it is very pretty. You guys are smoking in chat? Officers right here. Officers, get him. We got him. We got him. You guys are cracked. Exposed. And a woman stepped out. Standing on the damp ground, she carefully unwrapped a tiny baby from the cradle. The veil covering the infant felt like a gentle caress from nature itself. Happiness shone in the woman's eyes as she placed the little life beneath the soft branches. She kissed the baby. The carriage vanished into the rain and mist, and the forest once again absorbed the sounds. The baby remained there, bathing in the freshness of the rain and the magic of the forest. So far, so good, Wolfie. Very nice, very nice. We have a very descriptive scene. It's not descriptive in the terms of like, here's the detail of the environment all around you. Here's what the trees look like. Here's what the ground looks like. But it's descriptive in the action, in the atmosphere, and in the purpose. And that's really good. Love it. Let's keep going. The baby remained there, bathed in the freshness of the rain and the magic of the forest. An old man passed along the wet ground, deep within the heart of the forest. As time passed, like the slow pulse of nature, he found the baby that the woman had carefully left behind. All right, I'm stopping here. So I have questions as a reader. My questions here are whether or not this was a planned thing. This woman is dropping off this baby at a predetermined place to be taken care of by this old man, or whether this old man's like, oh crap, a baby. The old man stopped, and his gaze reflected the wonder of the abandoned little life. For a moment, it was as if time stood still, and the silence allowed the deep connection between the two souls to be felt. The old man cradled the baby, feeling the gentle caress of the rain, and his heart filled with resolve. He would be the one to raise this special little soul. Ted, welcome to the party. Wolfie, you cannot answer. You cannot. In the end, I got you. No apologies either. You're not allowed to apologize. All right. So far, Wolfie, I'm loving the writing. I'm loving the atmosphere. Let's keep going. The old man did not hesitate, and he brought the child back to his small wooden house. There, by the warm fires of the fireplace, he sat down, warm flames of the fireplace, he sat down and gazed at the infant for a long time. The rain pattered on the roof, and the wind whispered through the trees of the forest, as if time itself had paused in this small nook. After a while, the old man spoke. Milena, he whispered, as if the name had become part of the pulse of nature. The baby, now, I say Milena, there's Melina. I knew a girl named Milena, so that's what I'm going with. Responded with a tiny sigh, as if she too accepted the new name. Love that line. Great line. The old man, with a heart full of joy, looked at little Milena's face and felt that something special was being born between them. The music of the rain and wind only deepened the sensitivity of the moment. Interesting. Okay, Wolfie. I see what you're cooking. I see what you're cooking up. So this scene, don't answer. This scene, if I was looking at it as a book, you said that this, hold on. Let me read, let me go. Okay. You said, I can't remember if you had said third chapter, first half. I'm scrolling up. Don't answer, Wolfie. Don't answer. Second half. Okay. So, I think this is a nicely written passage. Very nice prose, Wolfie. So we're getting a lot of vibes, I think, from this. And this is partly because of the way that you write, but also partly because of how you're just like presenting this information. So I'm liking this. I'm assuming that we're about to flash forward. And hey, there we are. In the warm days of the summer, Milena happily runs towards their cabin deep in the forest. The golden rays of sunlight play along the branches, and the green leaves softly rustle in the gentle caress of the breeze. Grandpa Frank smiles as he waits at the door, his heart warmed by his granddaughter's enthusiasm. All right, I know we're about to get dialogue and slow things down, but first instinct reading this has me wanting this to be happening in front of us. I know we're going to get there, though. As Milena reaches him, the cabin fills with the sweet warmth of the bond between the two souls. The sunlit room is filled with the freshness of the forest. Let's talk about bond between two souls. You've used this in our above paragraph about this feeling of the two souls. I want to know what that feels like. You've told me that there's a bond of the two souls, but how does that actually present itself? Is it just love? Or is there a different kind of connection being established here that's going to be explored in the story? We're going to find out. But in the case here, we've talked about the bond of souls, but we don't quite know what it is yet. So we'll keep going. The sunlit room is filled with the freshness of the forest. Conversation flows as Milena recounts the adventures of her day. She walked by the lakes, embraced by the fragrance of flowers, and explored the secret corners of the forest. I love that, secret corners of the forest. Her words come to life as if every movement and sound of the forest is with them. Grandpa Frank listens as if he's hearing a story where his granddaughter is the main character. Meta. As the little girl speaks, the sounds of nature wrap around the cabin, and the conversation turns into a moment filled with special magic. As the midday quiet settles in, Milena suddenly exclaims, "Grandpa Frank, what can I do to be as skillful and brave as you?" Grandpa Frank sighs and falls into thought. All right. The Grandpa Frank, what can I do to be as skillful as you? Kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. I think I would rather have this question asked after seeing Grandpa Frank do something like chopping firewood, or if he does other things. I'd like to see like what's led to, and I know kids just like come up with random stuff, but like what's led to this thought process. Give us like so it doesn't feel as out of the blue, right, as coming out of nowhere. Give us a reason why this child now wants to ask this question. Like I said, kids do ask just random stuff. We're using something here called author attention. Author attention is where we can fudge reality to make a better reading experience. That's my thought there. Milena, he speaks softly, maybe it's time I teach you archery. You can feel the beauty of the forest and the courage that you carry within yourself, and you will find new meaning. We are all heroes in our own way, but sometimes we need to find those moments when we feel strength, that inner strength. But I must tell you, not many people practice archery as it's a difficult skill. And in our kingdom, not many appreciate archers. Do you still want to learn? The girl paused, considering what to say. Wolfie, great. Thank you for not answering yet. Ted says, I agree. How can I be as skilled as you? Surprise me. All right, so now we have our girl asking Milena about to Grandpa Frank. Grandpa Frank's talking about archery. Love this. I love it. Wolfie, I can picture it all in my head. This is the kind of like slowing it down a bit that means we can experience a scene with our characters when a situation like earlier in your story, when we were just going through sort of like a list of actions, it's almost like it's the difference between, to me, it almost feels like the difference between watching a scene from a movie without sound and watching a scene of a movie with sound. One, I'm just kind of observing, and the second one, I am there with the characters. I don't know. Maybe that's a weird analogy. Let's keep going. Will they judge? What if they judge me because of it? Milena asks, worry shining in her eyes. They will, Frank replied in a calm, reassuring voice. What if I fail? Milena asked, her voice tinged with growing fear. What if you don't? Oh, that's nice. Frank responded with a smile that radiated confidence. And Grandpa, what if I lose my motivation? Milena whispered, her voice trembling with doubt. then just keep going. Maybe it's the translation. I don't think a young kid like this would use a word like motivation unless Grandpa Frank has taught that value to them very clearly. For those just joining us, this was actually written in Hungarian and translated over for us. Wolfie has shared this with us, and we're very excited. Then just keep going, Frank said with loving warmth in his eyes. Suddenly, Frank placed his hand on Melena's head. The girl felt a tingling sensation. Grandpa, what did you just do? You'll find out later. The tingling sensation Melena felt disappeared, and Frank looked at the girl with surprised eyes. He thought about it, but decided not to explain to his 6-year-old granddaughter just yet. He smiled. Well, are you ready? Interesting. Presenting some interesting things here. He looked surprised, huh? The child clenched her fists and nodded. Grandpa Frank led Melena out to the practice area beside the cabin where the targets were already waiting for them. The sun rays reflected off the targets, and the silence of the forest only enhanced the magic of the place. All right, I'm not reading the next part yet. Here's what I would imagine we're about to get into, and here's kind of what I would want to see. I don't know the actions, but what I would want to see in these next couple paragraphs is things to slow down even more. I want to see our Melena practicing this archery, but really drawing the bow back, really aiming, feeling that tension in the bow, that tension in the arm. Is she even strong enough to pull the bow back? Is she surprised by her own strength? Or is she worried she's not going to succeed? Grandpa Frank kind of telling her what's going to happen or how to do what she needs to do, or supporting her in some way. Maybe a little bit of magic, if anything, of what we're hinting at is about to happen. But the big thing here is I still feel like we need to slow down a little bit. Let's keep going. Grandpa Frank patiently and lovingly showed Melena the basics. He demonstrated how to hold the bow, how to aim at the targets, and how to draw the string. He carefully demonstrated each movement as if sharing the most important secrets with her. Melena's eyes sparkled with excitement and dedication as she followed her grandfather's instructions. That paragraph, I want more out of it. I want to see this scene happen, and here's why. When I say I want to see the scene happen, I want you to take us through this part of the story of Grandpa Frank showing her the bow, teaching her how to hold it, right? Showing her the basics. Bring us there. Let us experience that through Melena's eyes. And here's why. Number one, this is a great way to showcase Grandpa Frank's ability, or not abilities, his personality, his loving nature, just like what we saw in that previous dialogue. I want to see him teaching her, right? I want to see the words that he says. I want to see the actions that he takes. I want to see Melena either nail it first try or struggle with it. But I want to see this sort of interaction more than what we're seeing right now. After 2 hours, the sun set and the calm evening breeze whispered through the trees. Frank called the little girl inside and signaled her to sit with her back to him. So here I want to see that scene. I feel like we talked about learning archery, but we didn't get to learn archery. I think you know what I mean. He took a comb and began to brush Melena's golden hair. For a while they sat in silence, but Frank broke. Did you enjoy it? Joe, hey, welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. You missed a really great tier list stream earlier on. It was really fun for those who are still hanging around. But welcome to the live stream. It's a party. Did you enjoy it? I only hit the target 3 times, the little girl replied, pouting and continued, but it wasn't bad at all. Okay, 3 times, Frank said thoughtfully but proudly. That's very good for your age. I'm proud of you. As the sentence ended, the dark forest was disturbed by multiple loud growls. Melena asked fearfully, what was that? Frank stood up and said, it's time to go to bed. If you don't sleep enough, you won't grow big and won't become a beautiful young lady. He walked Melena to bed, tucked her in, and kissed her forehead. The old man waited until the little girl closed her eyes to sleep. He stood up and put on the leather chest plate. He grabbed his key, walked to the chest in the corner of the house and took out a long sword, strapped it to his back, and picked up a black and red ornate bow, placing it on the table. Then he took a sheathed dagger and placed it under the little girl's blanket. Picked up his bow and and walked out the front of the house. Wolfie, I like this. I like this. But same thing. Same thing. I want to see a little bit more. This is the most common bit of feedback that I give. So, in this, from the us wrapping up the archery thing, let's see where we get. From where we wrapped up the archery thing to here, I would say this thing, I would like to see this expanded to about 500 or 600 words. And the reason that I say that is your bit of narration down here with Grandpa Frank donning the armor, getting the weapon out. That would be a very fun scene to write because it's so intriguing to the reader. And it's still intriguing when we're just talking about narration. But if you write a scene where Milena is being put to bed and goes to sleep, right now we're not first person, we're third person, so we're able to observe a lot of stuff. Milena is put to bed, is going to sleep. Now our story follows Grandpa Frank as, you know, maybe he's a little older, maybe his joints hurt. I'm sure Grandpa Frank's actually a great powerful sorcerer, but pretend in this example he's a little bit older. He closes the door behind him. He's worried. He peeks out the window. He sees some movement out there, and he knows what's about to happen. He mutters under his breath. He goes to the chest, just like how you wrote, and digs out the armor, but he has to put it on quietly so he doesn't wake Milena. Does he sit with the sword in his lap in case he needs to use it that quickly? Or does it sit on the table beside him because he'll have enough time to react to whatever's out there? Does he go out there? But teasing out that information in this slower way of Grandpa Frank making his way over to the chest turns this sentence into an entire scene that now has this really intriguing concept of what is this guy doing and what's the history behind him. In your narration, it's one sentence. In a scene that's 500, 600 words, it may still be one sentence, but it's teased out so much more slowly that it feels a lot more weight. It feels like it has a lot more weight to it. Hope that makes sense. When he emerged, a Throgor appeared. All right. Same thing. Continuing the scene. Maybe this scene doesn't need to be 500 words. Maybe it needs to be longer. I want to see Grandpa Frank come out of that door. Slowly, carefully, worried. Something's in the woods. Grandpa Frank thinks he knows what it is, but he doesn't. I have to see it. I'm back. Grandpa Frank thinks that he knows what it is. He's certain that it's going to be a Throgor, but he's not sure, so he's still wary. A twig snaps. The Throgor comes rushing out. That's the kind of pacing that we want in a scene like this. It's okay, Wolfie. Wolfie, the Throgor, I don't know what it is, but it can still be a cool little fantasy creature. I'll give you one chance if you would like to clarify. He says, a translation problem, let me hear it. I'll let you clarify. We can do it. Someone asked, Carson, would an author do a flashback scene there? Probably not. While Wolfie responds, said probably not a flashback scene there. I would probably wait to do any flashbacks and instead tease this information out later in the story. Not everything needs to be answered right away. Right now, the big moments that we're building up to is whatever's about to happen with Grandpa Frank. And the focus of the story is on Milena. So, if we do a flashback, we're kind of taking a break from, I think, the things that matter in the story at this point in time. Also, I would rarely do flashbacks. They are done in some things, but I would rarely do flashbacks and instead opt for just getting that information through character interactions. Claw says no flashbacks in the middle of the action. Yeah, flashbacks, if we are going to do them, we don't want to interrupt something. That's the big thing. We don't want to interrupt something with the flashback. Future storyteller with the bear emoji. Yes. But also paired up with the Grandpa Frank bow and arrow emoji. What's about to happen? All right, Wolfie, I'll give you another minute or two if you want to type something out, but otherwise we're going to keep going. Corby with some good advice. All right, I'm going to keep going. When he emerged, a Throgor appeared. I love that name, Throgor. I don't know what it's pronounced like in Hungarian, but Throgor goes kind of hard, not going to lie. All right, massive bear-like creature whose blood red eyes gleamed in the night and whose black armor-like fur protected it from injuries. There you go. Welcome back, Random Rider. All right. Okay, Wolfie, we're still going. So the first thing is, I think this description of this Throgor is a little too, here's all the information you need to know. Is a little too much, here's everything. A little too much, I'm going to present all the information the reader needs to know right now. I think what I would like to see is when he emerged, a Throgor appeared. You know, tease it out, kind of like what you had right there. Slowly opened the door, peeked his head out, you know, looking around, trying to figure out the sound. I love that, what you posted in the comments. Have something charge at Grandpa Frank. Have him swing his sword, dodging out of the way or something, and that sword, you know, glancing off of this armor-like black fur, encountering the blood-red gleaming eyes. Instead of telling us everything in the narration, have it happen through the action. Its huge claws and bone-crushing fangs could easily tear apart its victims. You know what this reminds me of? This kind of, the way that you're describing this reminds me of how a bugbear in Dungeons and Dragons would be introduced to the players before the fight happened. Because in a setting like Dungeons and Dragons, you would want kind of the characters to know what they're getting into. To know that here's what this monster's like. Maybe you can glean any sort of weaknesses for the monster, right? Here's information about the monster to help inform your decision making. In the case of reading a book, though, we don't need all that information right away. Future Storyteller says, I think a lot of writers talk about things like we already know what they are while giving us enough to piece together what it is. Okay. Wolfie, yes, love that. I don't want to say what I want to, so I'll say it at the end. Great. All right, let's keep going. The King of Bears. The Nightmare of Dark Forests. Love that turn of phrase. Love it. Stood at 6 meters tall, driving many to their deaths. But Frank just stood there, face to face with this monster, undisturbed and ready for battle. The beast growled once more and began to charge towards Frank, but he just stood there unmoving until the bear came within striking distance. It began swiping at him with its claws, attacking from left to right, but the little old man dodged every one of its blows. The beast's attack came in an unending barrage until with one of its strikes, Frank leapt into the air. O flame, be my guide once more and show me the path to happiness. Ignis Arcus, he shouted. The red parts of the bow ignited, and the arrow transformed completely. Its tip was covered in blue flames. He drew the string, aimed at the beast's head, and released the arrow, which successfully struck the bear. The blue flames engulfed the beast's head, causing it unbearable pain. Unbearable? Unbearable? Ignis explodere, Frank shouted, and the blood-red flame merged with the blue, causing a massive explosion. All right, let's talk about action here. Wolfie, I think this is good. I think you have a fun scene here. I think you have a fun scene here. Like I said before, I like to see it a little bit more teased out. I think, like I said before, how I wanted this to be like 500 words, and I think I bumped it up to 1,000. This scene, all in all, I would say he walked into the bed, waited until the little girl closed her eyes to sleep. From here, he stood about the leather chest plate, all the way down to this. That's a big scene here. That's a scene that we want to slow things down. I want to see all the action. I want to see the description. I want to see the different swings of the sword. What works, what didn't work, what was a close call to death. In our case here, like the little man dodged every one of its blows. Expand on that. Tell me about the one that almost got him. Tell me about the time that Grandpa Frank faked a slice of the sword to try to draw the bear to bring his paw over here so he could jab in. Tell me about that battle. I want more. Expand this scene. In fact, I would even possibly throw a paragraph break after the old man waited for the little girl to close her eyes to sleep. Paragraph break, like one of your horizontal lines. And now we have a new scene following Grandpa Frank as he dons this armor and the weapons. So that should be, in my opinion, its own scene. All right, let's do this last little bit, and then we'll talk about stuff, and Wolfie will be able to expand on what we want here. The trees and the wooden house, the surroundings, all remained in pristine condition, but the bear was less fortunate. After the explosion, the giant beast fell to the ground dead. Frank unstrapped his sword from his back and plunged it into the beast, starting to skin it slowly and calmly so as not to accidentally damage its flesh or hide. Claude says, what's Gramps thinking while he's fighting? What's the creature's breath smell like? Yeah, those are all the details. Those are all the details we want in that scene about this. He cut and cut, pondering what to do with the skinned animal parts, but by the end, he decided he would cook and eat the meat with the little girl, sell half of the hide, and use the other half to make armor. He reattached his sword, slung the bow over his shoulder, turned, and began walking back. But then what? But then he saw Milena watching from the window. Frank didn't know how to react. Should he be angry? Perhaps happy? Many emotions flooded through him. Slowly, he walked back to the wooden house, entered, unstrapped his sword, and placed it back in the chest in the corner, along with the bow. He walked over to the awake girl, flicked her forehead, and said, "Psh, sleep, we'll talk tomorrow." He took the sheathed dagger he had left in Milena's bed and placed it back in the chest, locked it with his key, and in the peaceful, quiet night, he lay down and closed his eyes to sleep. Wolfie, let's talk. First off, I like it. I like what you have here, and you've set up some really important things. Hold on. You set up some really important things. The first thing, the number one thing that you've set up in your story so far for us readers is an understanding of the kind of story we're about to get into. That understanding is that here's the pacing, here's the prose, here's the writing style, here's the atmosphere, here's the vibe. And you did all of that in that first little, for lack of a better word, prologue. Someone who picks this up and reads through that first paragraph is going to want more because of your writing. This was very pretty, very nice prose. As we get down into our next chapter, this is when I want to see, if you pick up a book just off your bookshelf and you open it up, very rarely do we have scenes that are just, here's the action of everything that happened. Here's our character moving through the forest. Here's them picking an apple off the tree. Here's them walking up the path to go see Grandpa Frank. Here's her handing the apple to Grandpa Frank. Instead, what we get is the description. We get the scene close to that character. We see our character smelling the forest, hearing the sounds, dodging over the puddle, climbing the tree to pick the apple up, right? We get this more sort of personal kind of scene. So in our case here, I think there's lots of opportunity to do that. Now, does that mean you never write in the way where it's just like, here's a series of actions? No, that does not mean it. You will find passages that are meant to sort of bridge gaps between more personal scenes. And that's when you find the dialogue, or not the dialogue, that's when you find the kind of narration that just sort of glosses over the things that are happening. So most of my feedback I give to most authors is that we want more detail. We want to be closer to the scene. For lack of a better example, because I think this is fairly universal, if you go and you pick up a Brandon Sanderson book like Mistborn, and even if we have people who don't like Sanderson, what you're gonna see is, here is a scene that we're experiencing with the characters, like Claude says, from the inside rather than the outside, where we are there as the dialogue's being said. We are there as our main character is reacting to it. We are there as we're doubting what another character is saying. That's when we are, I like Claude's way of saying it, is inside the scene. And Wolfie says there's a reason we're not inside the scene. That's fair. That's fair. As long as we are aware that we're making that choice. That's the key there. But to use this as an example, Wolfie, before you go and say that there's a reason that we're not in the scene, continuing this example just for everyone's benefits. When you go look at a book that you pick up off the bookshelf, you're going to see, here's where we're inside the scene, but it's just a series of those inside the scenes. That's the predominant way that you tell the story, through those series of scenes. Now, Wolfie says that they made a conscious decision. There's a reason that we're not inside the scene yet. Totally fair. Totally fair. You can totally write it like that. He says, or they say, I will explain. If you understand the rules, for the lack of a better word here, then you have the knowledge of how, when, why to go a different way. So if you find that your writing tends to get a lot of feedback saying, we're outside the scene, we want to be inside the scene, if there's a purpose for it, great. But if you think you are writing as much detail as you need to write and you're still getting that sort of feedback, then it means we need to create a scene that has more of that detail. Hope that makes sense. Wolfie, thank you for sharing this. If you want to post some of your explanations, I would recommend making a post on the Discord in the story workshop. That would be the best place to do it. It will definitely get lost here in the YouTube. For anyone who wants to continue reading this, Wolfie, the best place to do that and provide that for people will be in that story workshop in the Discord. If you are not part of the Discord, there is a link below and we would love to have you. It is awesome. We're at over 300 users. We have some very big, very cool announcements coming up in the next couple of days. I know, of days. It's that close. So stick around, check out the Discord. Wolfie, thank you so much for sharing it. And I know it had to be probably also a little bit more nerve-wracking having to share something that's not in your native language. So that is super awesome. Thank you for being so bold and trusting me to do it justice on stream. Ted says, a video idea, how to get the reader inside the scene. Yeah, that's definitely a good video idea. I need to figure out the best way to present that, because I think it's one of the biggest barriers, and this is not in regards to Wolfie's thing specifically, But I think figuring out how to tell entire stories with that level of detail that we get being inside of a scene, I think is one of the tough parts, one of the tough barriers you have to overcome as sort of an emerging writer. So, love it. Wolfie, you rock. Keep up the good work. Share it in the story workshop, because I know we have people who will want to read more. Also, be proud of what you wrote. That was super awesome. A lot of fun to read and great, beautiful prose. Keep doing what you're doing. All right. I think with that, we are basically at the conclusion of the stream. Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around. There will be a VOD that we post for this. I might take little bits from this live stream and put them as their own videos. The cool thing is the tier list that we did was so much fun. We will do more of these for sure. Ted says, remember to click like on this video. Sure, yeah, do it. Even better, click like on the video tomorrow as well. 4 p.m. Central Time, we have a video going out for how to stop planning and start writing, and I promise you, you will find it helpful. I had my own epiphany while writing that script for that video. Also has some of the more difficult editing that I've done for a video, so I hope you find it enjoyable. Corby says, wonderful break from the edits. Thank you, Carson. Cora, thank you for joining us. It's always a pleasure to see you in the chat and in the Discord. Future storyteller, respect to everyone for sharing their work. Absolutely. It can always be nerve-wracking for sharing your writing. It is super easy to then get worried about what you wrote and self-conscious about it. And so what that means is everyone in the chat, also thank you for being considerate about that fact for others. That is an incredibly important thing. We never want anyone to feel bad for sharing something they wrote. We just want to help everyone get better. So it means a lot that you were supportive, and I hope I was supportive too. So with all that being said, everyone, check out the Discord if you are interested in supporting this channel. The best way to do it is by picking up my book in the description for Starlight Farms. There is also the 4-part video series that I take you through every single writing decision I had to make about that. Corby says, shameless self-plug. Oh, you know what's coming. You know what's coming. That's the best way that you can support me. And yeah, it would mean a lot. All right, everyone. Have a great rest of the day. Have a great night if you are about to go to bed. If you stayed up late to hang out, it means a lot. I think you're crazy, but I appreciate it nonetheless. So everyone, have a great rest of your day, night. I'll see you next time. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. You're the best. You rock. Yeah, so that's me. That's how I'm going to go. Goodbye.